Anime is the second greatest medium in the world. The first greatest is comic books. And believe me when I say that there are tons of anime fans on the internet. And it's no surprise that my most popular videos involve female characters being hypnotized. And believe me when I say that there are tons of people on deviantart who like drawing female anime characters after they've been hypnotized. So in this video, I will be giving you my top 10 list of anime hypnosis fans from within the deviantart community. My number 12 selection for this list may have used his real name as his screen name, so I'm not going to say it out of respect for his anonymity, but he has 12K watch. Andronicus 7. He has 10.3K watchers, 1.4M page views, and 2K deviations. Siegfried 28. He has 2.5K watchers, 407.2K page views, and 200. Megatron Man. He has 3.1K watchers, 1.2M page views, and 1K deviations. Paul Manning. He has 13.2K watchers, 926.4K page views, and 399 deviations. Sias Nomas. He has 3.2K watchers, 232.1K page views, and 396. Hypnolord X. He has 4K watchers, 860K page views, and 2.1K deviations. Coming to us from the United Kingdom, it's VGMC. He has 2.2K watchers, 655K page views, and 1.8K Tangled Penmen. He has 549 watchers, 188.9k page views, and 193 deviations.
Side Chapter 1 Navigator Lost. After a rather spooky adventure on the island of Thriller Bark, the Straw Hats along with newest crew member Brooke had stopped at an island to relax. It was a small island with a town populating most of it with a small jungle not far off from it. The Straw Hats had landed by the jungle and a few of them went to the town to do some shopping. Zorro, Chopper, Robin and Brooke had decided to stay on the ship and relax. Robin read a book, Chopper was making some medicine, Brooke played music to himself and Zorro was sleeping at the town. Luffy was off to find somewhere that had meat as always. Usopp and Frankie were buying equipment to make weapons out of. Sanji was shopping for food and Nami was shopping for new clothes. She seemed to always be in need of a pair after the results of the battles they faced, as they kept getting ruined. She had to hold back on buying anything expensive as well as the Straw Hats needed to make sure they had enough bellies to keep them going. Ugh, none of these is my style so far, she moaned looking at what was now the fourth clothes shop she had been to. The only ones I like are going beyond what I remember to take. I should have just taken the rest of what we had anyway. She left the shop continuing to moan and walked on to find somewhere else. Nami had come across the last clothes shop in town this time hoping to find something. She looked around and at the moment it was leading to the same result as the previous shops. She was so focused on looking at clothes that she bumped into a man next to her. That finally broke her browsing. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I got so lost in what I was doing that It's fine, replied the man, happens to all of us. His response was in a very friendly sort of manner. Nami didn't have any sort of response and turned away to continue browsing. Eventually, she finally found something up her alley and headed towards the till to pay. On the back of the till were a selection of clothes that were currently on sale. Ugh, who'd wanna buy that even at that low of a price? She looked at the costume set that was in the style of a jester. It contained a red and orange puffy-sleeved tunic reaching to the upper legs with jingle bells dangling off the pointed flaps. A pair of knee-length boots that pointed at the dips with bells attached to them came along with the set, red and orange-colored arm gloves. The brown-necked choker with a bell attached and topping it off was a jester's hat in the same red and orange color style with lots more bells attached to the dangling sleeves. Usopp maybe boo it, no. Got your eyes on that outfit there? asked the shop owner. It's great for parties and we really need to sell it. No thanks, replied Nami. It looks great and all, but it's just not something for me. Shame, I thought somebody would finally buy it, but never mind. So just the shirt and dress, yes. Nami paid for her stuff and left the store feeling relieved she finally brought something. She felt hungry and went to find a nearby restaurant. She walked on in and was weighted to a seat and given the menu. Just before you choose, said the waiter, we are completely out of meat. Out of meat? Oh Luffy, why? Fine, then I'll just have a tomato soup please. Disappointed but satisfied with getting some food in her system, Nami decided to wander around the parts of town she hadn't seen yet. The town was big and there was still plenty of time to kill before she had to meet up with the others at the time they agreed to meet up at. Not every part of the town was as busy as the main square as Nami walked into a quieter part of town. Not as many shops were around, nor were there many people. Totally different atmosphere on this side. Any deader than this, and it's a ghost town. Just then she heard a whistle coming from a certain alleyway, turning her head towards where the sound was coming from. The whistling happened again, getting louder and louder. Is somebody calling for me? I know I shouldn't, but that whistling is starting to get on my nerves. Nami was known for having a very short temper when something or someone made her angry. She walked into the alley just so she could shut up whoever was there. Hey, cut it out, will ya? But to her surprise, there was nobody to be found when she got there. What a jerk. Taking off before I had the chance to do anything. HMPH. She started to walk back towards where she originally was until suddenly she saw some strange blue smoke covering the area. Hey, what is all this? Slowly Nami was beginning to feel dazed until she fell to the floor and passed out. Walking up behind her was a figure in a black hooded cloak that then picked up Nami and carried her away. Later on, Nami eventually opened her eyes, still feeling dazed from earlier. Her vision was blurry for a few seconds. Where am I? She said weakly, still trying to recover. Her eyesight finally regained focus, and the first thing she noticed was an empty brown room with benches and seats filling the room. Who would need this many seats in a place like this? Then she started to notice something else. 4 thick orange strings were in her side, so she followed them to where they lead to, leaving her in shock once she found out. The strings were tied up in a knot on the feet of a pair of knee-length boots with bells attached to strips at the top and on the curl tips. She also noticed her legs were slightly suspended above the floor, one of them being up more than the other. What is this? This looks just like. She then started to notice that all of her clothing was the same, just her costume that she saw in the clothes shop she went to. She couldn't see it, but she had 2 big red dots painted on her cheeks. She also noticed more strings tied to other areas of her body, from the hands and upper arms, knees, waist, and though she couldn't see them, 4 more strings were stitched into the base of the jester hat. She looked above her to where the strings lead to and noticed a pair of wooden crosses placed in between 2 wooden planks. Nami also noticed a painted background behind her and red curtains from the left and right. She was on a small stage, which she then realized she was within an empty rundown theater. Okay, this is getting really freaky now. Somebody obviously wants to pull some sort of stupid prank on me. Who thought it was a good idea to dress me up in this stupid jet and string me up like a puppet? Nobody pulls my strings. Suddenly another thought came into her head that only made her situation worse. Wait a second. If I'm now wearing these clothes, Nami's face went bright red of embarrassment. That means somebody removed my other clothes to put these on me. Now her face was red with rage. Taking advantage of me like that. That does it. Nami was mad and tried shaking around to make the crosses fall down. The numerous amount of bells on the outfit jingled frantically as she shook herself about, but the placement of the puppet controls made it too hard for her to force down. Well, this is just great. I'm stuck here looking like an idiot and I can't even move my arms down properly to try and untie these strings. That you are right. You aren't going anywhere, said a voice close by. Hey, who's there? Let me out of this right now. Just then somebody walked into the room from the side of the stage. Nami gasped when she saw who it was. You're that guy I saw in the clothes shop. Indeed, it's me. Rick's the name and don't you forget it. Great. So very happy to see you, Mr. Whatever, replied Nami sarcastically. Funny. Now finally I can get back at you for what you did to me, thief. Meanwhile Luffy, Usopp, Frankie and Sanji had all met up at the spot they agreed to meet at. Got anything good? Asked Sanji to Usopp and Frankie. Not all that much really, replied Usopp. Just some upgrades to some of my previous weapons and some ingredients for ammo. Not much on my side either, said Frankie. Just a whole load of cola really. Well, I went and bought a bunch of meat, fish and veggies to keep us going, said Sanji. But Luffy, you better not eat all of this before the day is over, got it? He got stern with Luffy, who was known for being pretty greedy when it came to food. No, I won't need any today, Sanji, he replied. What? Said everyone else at once in shock. We can actually eat meat for once in our lives. I'm pretty stuffed on meat today. I went to a bunch of restaurants and went crazy on the stuff. Typical of you, Luffy, Sanji sighed. Say, any of you guys seen Nami yet? She still hasn't made it back. Now that you mention it, yeah, where is Nami? Replied Usopp. Think that she's still clothes shopping? Maybe she's gotten carried away again, asked Frankie. Probably it, replied Luffy. People can get so caught up in that stuff. It's so boring, though. Wanna give it another 10 minutes? Asked Usopp. If she still doesn't show up, then we should all split up and try and find her. Sounds like a plan to me, agreed Frankie. Let's sit on that nearby bench and wait. 10 minutes passed by quickly and there was still no sign of Nami. Well then guess we better go find her, said Usopp, as the other got off the bench. Let's give everyone a half hour to look for her. After that time is up, then meet back here, instructed Sanji. Got it, replied everyone else, as they slipped up to different areas of the town to track Nami down. Look, I don't know who you are, said Nami angrily to Rick. Typical. Well, I sure as hell remember you after what you stole from me. Stole what? Elaborate. All of the gold I had safely locked up in my treasure chest, you stupid girl. Oh please, like that makes it easy to remember. I used to be a thief, but I haven't done it in a long time and it was all for a good reason. stealing from me isn't something you can say was for a good reason. I was broke for far too long. The rather big amount of deals I had to make with some pirates just to get back to a reasonable amount of cash. It was frustrating, damn it. I certainly remember a ginger-haired woman stealing treasure from me, looking towards me like I was some kind of idiot. Tell me, were you a pirate or something? I've never seen you in my life and I only stole from pirates. I used to be. But I gave that life up after it just wasn't working for me. I got lucky with some of the pirates I made deals with, as they knew me from way back, but a lot of the time my life would be at risk. Look, I'm not here to discuss my past, I'm here to get back at and completely humiliate you after what you did to me. Oh, come on, talk about holding onto a grudge. Now get me down from here and just let go of it already. Not a chance, puppet. I'm not done until I humiliate you. Rick walked towards the stage, turning on an old-fashioned music box sitting on the table close by. He wound it up and went up a small flight of stairs leading him above the stage in Nami. He took the puppet controls and started to make Nami dance on the stage along with the music box's chimes. The bells on Nami's costume jingled along with the rhythm of the music box. Hey, stop it, you jerk! Nami yelled as she tried to fight back against the strings. Oh, this is just where the fun begins. Nami was being made to raise her arms and one leg up, swapping to her other leg in a continuous motion. After that, her legs were being manipulated to awkwardly skip around on the spot whilst her hands were made to clap continuously. Nami was so embarrassed that her cheeks went as red as the ones painted on her. Hope you're enjoying this, you freak. 'Cause when it's over I'm gonna kick your ass. His response was now making her bend down and move her arms up and down like a chicken. Yep. You're dead, Buster. He then twisted both the controls, which made Nami spin around. She got tangled up in all the strings and then started to spin in the opposite direction, making the strings freer. He kept doing it over and over again, making her feel dizzy. This is getting ridiculous now, she said dazedly. Had enough yet, thief? What do you think? Well, I haven't. Then Nami's arms were raised forwards and her legs moved forward awkwardly like a robot. Her left arm was then raised upwards and her waist bent sideways so her field of view was on Rick. She poked out her tongue and spat at him, even though he was too high up to feel the impact. Now that wasn't nice. Time to teach you a lesson, thief. Up you go. Nami was being raised up in the air and put back down on the ground, landing on her butt. Oh. Not cool. Oh, you like that? Well, here we go again. He repeated the same action on her several more times. The humiliation just wouldn't stop there, as he now made her pose like a bunny rabbit, bouncing up and down with her hands over her head like rabbit ears. Nami was so exhausted from it all that she couldn't pull back against the strings. Okay, please give it a rest. If you want an apology or something, then fine. I'm sorry I stole the treasure I don't remember stealing from you. Happy? Well, you're actually apologizing for what you did to me? I'm surprised a thief can actually say that. Well, you know what? I forgive you. Nami wasn't convinced by Rick, however, from his tone of voice. Not gonna stop, are you? You're smart. He decided to end his playtime with Nami by making her dance like a ballerina. She was raised upwards slightly so her right leg was on tiptoe and her other leg rose up so it bent from behind her leg. Her arms raised above her head and she stood there for a few seconds like if she was balancing. Then she skipped across the stage, finally ending with her being dropped onto the floor on her butt again. Well, I'd say I'm satisfied. For now at least. Goody Nami was completely wiped out, as she was risen up again, so Rick could put the puppet controls back where they were. She rocked around a little suspended above the ground, just as she was, when she woke up. She exhaustedly dropped her head down, glad that it was all over. Her body ached all over from all of the moving around she was made to do. "You know what?" said Rick, appearing in front of her again. "I never realized I was so good with puppeteering." He smiled to himself. "Yeah, whatever," replied Nami exhaustedly, just wanting to go to sleep. "You're now my little marionette for me to control." A fitting fate for a thief turned jester, wouldn't you agree? As Rick spoke, he pinched most of Nami's strings and shook them about, making her arms and legs flap about frantically. She was too exhausted to care at this point, as she knew she couldn't do anything. "Despite how much I want to kick your ass into next week, I'm ashamed to admit that you're actually good. Ever thought of dropping the idea of being an asshole and go into doing puppet shows? You'd be so much better off." "Well, now that you mention it, that's not a bad idea. Except for the part of being what you call an asshole. The feeling of total control over you is one of the most satisfying feelings I've ever felt in my life. Perhaps I should do this to other people who piss me off." He pushed Nami backwards and then let her go, so that she was swinging back and forth around the stage. She was still too tired to care at this point, as she slowed down. "The world thanks you, jerk. Even if you continue to torment me like this, I'll still continue to backlash you till you get so tired of me that you'd want to let me go." Rick suddenly got an idea in his head. "Say now, maybe that devil fruit I've kept all this time would make this even more fun," he said proudly. "Say what?" "I'll be right back for you, Missy. Stay there while I'm gone, okay?" "Oh right, staying there is all you can do. If my friends were here you wouldn't be ever doing one of these human puppet shows ever again." "Friends, you say? Well, you absolutely must tell me about them once I get back. Not like you won't have a choice anyway." Nami was hardly taking him seriously throughout all this, but those words that came out of his mouth made her slightly curious. "I'll be right back. Make sure not to miss me." "Oh, please don't go." "Who else will make me look like a complete moron?" she replied sarcastically. Rick didn't respond and took off smiling. Everything was now quiet, besides the occasional jingle of the bells on her hat from her moving her head a bit. "What kind of mess have I gotten myself into here? A guy who doesn't know the concept of letting go made to wear this dumb outfit, and an experience that never makes me want to see another puppet show again. One of the worst things is that guy could make me dance better than I ever could in my life. Why me?" Rick returned to the building carrying a purple devil fruit tucked in his arm. The base of it had swirls that looked never-ending, if it was looked at long enough. Nami had been sleeping for a bit and was soon woken up by him shaking her head strings up and down. That, along with the bells jingling frantically, woke her up in an instant. "Wacky wacky puppet thief. Oh wait, puppet gesture is more appropriate for you, because you're a laugh. Oh great, my favorite person in the world is back, she moaned. I know you love me. Sure do you ask? Well, you soon love me once I devour this fruit I've been saving until the right moment. What kind of devil fruit is that? Whatever it is, I'm gonna hate it, if it suits his needs. Down the hatch. Rick took a bite out of the fruit, munching it down as fast as he could. Nami watched slowly, beginning to worry about what kind of powers he would obtain. Rick had eaten most of the fruit, but then suddenly dropped it, feeling something he had never felt before. This is it, yes, I can feel it. The power. Rick cheered in victory like it was the greatest thing in his life. Hey, you ever wanted to swim? Asked Nami wittingly. I hear it does wonders for devil fruit people. Try smartest, but I already know what's lost from eating this thing. I was a pirate, so no doubt I know about them. He now gained proper focus towards Nami, glaring at her eyes. Nami gave him a sarcastic smile, trying not to show any fear, even if she was a little worried inside. She suddenly noticed thin purple swirls in her field of vision. She went from looking smug to looking rather interested by what she could see. Rick's smile grew bigger as he watched her slowly lose that smile and gave more of an entranced look. Have you ever wanted somebody to be your master at all? He asked. Nami was fading out in her mind, trying to stay awake, but it was no use. Her mind switched off and her brown eyes went completely blank. Yes. That's wonderful, he smiled, feeling joyful inside that the fruit's powers were just as he was told about. How about I be your master? In fact, you will call me master. Yes, master. Your name. I didn't ask you before, so speak up. Nami. What a wonderful name. Perfectly suited for lovely woman. How would you like to be my puppet for the rest of your days? Yes. Wonderful. Fun times lay ahead. Now Rick felt even more in control than he ever did before. He couldn't help but do a slightly evil laugh, feeling accomplished in his victory. He rushed back up to the stage and was making Nami dance once again as he laughed. Nami was humiliated and now completely obedient to him. As far as Rick was concerned, he felt like the happiest man on earth. Whether anybody would like it or not. One side, Act 1, Chapter 2, Straw Hat Search and Rescue. Nami Swan, where are you? Yelled out Sanji, who was still on the hunt for Nami along with Luffy, Usopp and Frankie. They had been through most areas of the town, but they weren't getting any closer to finding her. Even the local townsfolk had no idea of where or who she was. They all met back up at the designated area where they were waiting for Nami originally. So nothing at all? Asked Sanji. Nothing, replied Luffy. Not a single clue at all, sorry guys. We tried, said Usopp. She's nowhere in sight, said Frankie. I know clothes shopping is something she loves and all, but this is ridiculous. This isn't her still going around clothes shops, Sanji pondered. Something is going on and I have a strong suspicion that Nami is involved. What makes you so sure? asked Luffy. Because I have a knack for knowing when my sweet Nami is possibly in trouble. If she were in trouble, then I don't see what it could be, replied Usopp. This town is pretty peaceful and everyone around here seems friendly. Then again, I suppose that could all be some kind of cover-up to trick us. Now those folks seem like good people, replied Frankie. We better search the area again. If nothing comes up, then we'll head back to the Thousand Sunny and ask the others if they can help. Sure, said Usopp. Let's have one of us stay here in case she gets back here whilst the others search the town again. I suggest that I stay put. Fine then. Let's split up and begin the search again, replied Luffy. But before the gang set off, they noticed something in the distance. Wait a sec, said Sanji. Are those guys who I think they are? Everyone raised their eyes once they noticed. In the distance were a group of men dressed in familiar white clothing and armed with rifles. Oh great, not the Marines, cried Usopp loudly. The others covered up his mouth as quick as they could in case the Marines heard him. They quickly ran towards a nearby bush and hid in it. Great, that's all we need, said Sanji angrily. Those bastards are gonna ask the townfolk about us, said Frankie. They've all seen our faces now, so searching for Nami is gonna be a pain. Luffy suddenly thought of something. What if the Marines found Nami and captured her? What about the Thousand Sunny too? Replied Sanji. We better not waste any more time. Let's search for Nami again and try to avoid the Marines as much as possible. But I suggest that one of you quietly spy on them to find out any possible information on her whereabouts. Leave it to me, replied Luffy. I'll stay up high on the rooftops or something. But what about the Sunny? Asked Usopp. The Marines probably found our ship and the others are still back there. We parked near the beach on this island, so hopefully the Marines put their ship closer to the town's harbor, said Frankie. Still, I think one of us better go back and check up on it. Okay then, replied Sanji. Usopp, you get back to the ship to warn the others, whilst Frankie and I search the town again. But as quietly as we can. Sure, I'm down with that, replied Frankie. Then let's move out, said Sanji, as the team made their split to continue the search. Good luck out there, guys, said Usopp as quietly as he could. Hang in there, Nami, said Sanji, as he raced towards the town. Meanwhile, back at the abandoned theater, Rick was sitting at a table making a list of ideas he had on how to use his new powers for his personal gain. Since falling under his control, Nami had been staring blankly into the void after Rick took a break from playing with her. The silence broke as Rick turned in his chair to look at Nami. Look at you hovering around over there, he said with a smirk. Unable to do anything without my supervision, and now you are completely loyal to me. This is how you get revenge. He walked onto the stage to Nami and pinched her left leg string, raising it backwards so that her foot kicked herself in the butt. Quit hitting yourself, he teased, as he did it repeatedly. Nami didn't react to the impact at all, continuing to stare ahead blankly. Not a very talkative one, are you? He tried to get a reaction out of her by pushing her from behind like a swing, but even that didn't do anything. My powers must be stronger than I realized. As Rick stared at her blank, expressionless face, he grabbed her left hamstring and moved it so that her hand touched his cheek. His strong hatred of Nami was taking a backseat as he started to feel calm around her. The feeling of her hand stroking his face was something he had never felt before. He was slowly warming up to Nami the more he continued to look at her. You've been a good puppet, he said. Keeping quiet when I need to think, obeying my every command and only moving when I make you move. The person I've hated for so long is finally the person I want you to be. Rick let go of Nami's arm string and watched it swing around until it stopped. You are allowed to speak now. Thank you, Master, replied Nami, now showing a smile on her face. I'm so happy that I'm the puppet you always wanted. A thought came to her head and she looked around the stage and the empty seats in front of her. I wonder if I could be a puppet that performs for other people too? Rick wasn't expecting Nami to have her own thoughts while under his control. He wanted to hear more, so he let her continue. Master, do you think I could be the greatest puppet in the world? Rick liked the sound of that, so a big smile appeared on his face. Why, of course you could, my Nami. Why, you've got a master who can puppeteer you like an expert. Are you saying that you want to stay with me and become a traveling duo? Replied Nami happily. When you made me dance on this stage, I realized that this is my dream. I want my strings to make me dance for millions of people. I want to sing my heart out about how amazing you are to me as I perform. I want to make people laugh being the jester I now am. My dream is to be the greatest puppet in the world. You made me your puppet for a reason, Master, and I want to obey you till the very end. Rick couldn't believe the words reaching his ears. He walked on the stage and got closer to her. My precious puppet. You probably don't remember, but you once told me that I should go into doing puppet shows. Maybe you were right about that. But the only puppet I'll ever need is you, he told her. I'd love to take you with me wherever I go. You'll perform for millions and make me so damn rich beyond my wildest expectations. You may not be made of wood or other materials like normal puppets, but a human puppet act is rarely seen, so you'll stand out from the crowd. My plans were to create an obedient army of slaves to take down anybody who would dare mess with me. But you've opened up my eyes to an even better future. Because I'm ordering you to do it, Nami, you will be able to have your dream come true. Oh, Master, thank you. If I could move myself, I'd cuddle you. Rick liked Nami's gesture, so he pinched both her hamstrings and moved them to make her arms wrap around him. Nami closed her eyes happily. It's my pleasure, Nami. He let go of her strings and looked at the empty seats in the room. Well, I suppose we better get practicing for you becoming a star. Let's get you dancing, girl. He darted towards the music player and put on an uplifting tune before running up the stage stairs. He grabbed Nami's controls from above her, which got her all excited. I'll do my best, Master, Nami called. Well then, come on, Nami, let's dance. He started making her dance on the stage perfectly in sync with the music. Nami cheered. This is so much fun, Master. How about making up a song for me as well, he told her. With that, Nami started to think of lyrics on the fly as she danced around. In only a short amount of time, she made up some words like she was an expert. Jump up, everybody. Move your feet along to my beat. Clap your hands, everybody. If you want to keep up with me. Sing along, everybody. My super cute song will make you say how sweet. Dance with me, everybody. Just like me now, 1, 2, 3, I'm your Nami, Nami's one. I'm gonna dance for you, I'm gonna play with you. I'm your Nami, Nami's one. Get your body moving, cheer with me, wahoo. I'm your Nami, Nami's one. You control me, okay, I'll dance the night away. Nami, your Nami's one. I'm a happy little puppet, wouldn't have it any other way. was really getting into Nami's cheerful song as he tapped his feet along to the rhythm. "You're amazing, Nami. Keep on going, you're doing great," he called down. "Okie dokie, master, try and keep up with me," she replied as she thought of some more lyrics. "Pull my strings, everybody. Keep the song going, move those fingers, watch me go. Ring my bells, everybody, they go ring-a-ding-a-ling, it's catchy. Don't ya know, shake your body, everybody. It's easy peasy, keep that groove, I'm always on the move. Dance with me, everybody, just like me now. 1, 2, 3, I'm your Nami. Nami Swan, I'm gonna dance for you, I'm gonna play with you. I'm your Nami Swan, get your body moving, cheer with me. Wahoo, I'm your Nami Swan, you control me, 'kay? I'll dance the night away, Nami. Your Nami Swan. I'm a happy little puppet, wouldn't have it any other way." As the music came to a close, Rick made Nami take a bow to end the performance. "Bravo, Nami. Bravo," he cheered. "That will be our opening song for our future shows we do for sure." "That was fantastic." Nami was delighted with the compliment. "Master, I sung my heart out for you and to all the future people who come to watch me. Thank you, my dear. I'm so glad I made you into who you are today. This will be the start of something wonderful. With you at my side, I'll become wealthy enough to have a much brighter future. You'll do everything I tell you, won't you?" "For you, Master," Nami replied cheerfully, as Rick made her upper body move upwards and downwards to make her say yes through body language. He came down from the stage, putting Nami's controls back where they were, suspending her above the stage again. Approaching her up front, he once again took Nami's hamstrings to make her cuddle him, which made Nami very happy. "I've never had a true friend up until now," said Rick, thinking about his life. "You've never had a friend, Master?" "No, not one. I was never liked by anybody, even when I was a pirate back in the day. None of my crew liked having me around, and even as a kid I was hated. I've never known why, and it's made me so lonely. But you're here now, Nami. You're the person I feel like I can make friends with." "You're welcome, Master," she replied softly. "Can't these damn Marines just get out of my sight already?" moaned Sanchi, as he continued to stay hidden from them as they patrolled the streets. He hid behind an empty shop building as he listened in on two Marines about to converse. "Any sign of the Straw Hats?" asked the Marine General to one of his officers. "Nothing yet, sir," he replied. "Then keep searching, soldier," he replied. "They can't be too far away from here. Their ship was in plain sight as we arrived here, so hopefully arriving at the harbor has still given us the chance of a surprise attack. So they did see our ship. Damn Marines. But it sounds like Nami hasn't been spotted by these guys, so where the hell is she?" "There's supposed to be an abandoned theater somewhere around here. Maybe the Straw Hats are located around there," said the officer. "Then don't just stand there, get yourself to that place and check it out," replied the general. "Yes, sir." He took off to find the theater whilst the general headed back into the main part of town. "Why didn't anybody else hear or track down that place earlier?" asked Sanchi to himself. "I'll try and follow that guy quietly just in case Nami is around there." Sanchi stayed as far back from the Marine as he could to follow him, which became quite difficult as the Marine tracked down two other fellow soldiers to follow him in the search. This was infuriating for Sanji, as he had to go even slower. Eventually the three marine soldiers found the place after nearly half an hour of searching. Sanji had hid himself behind a nearby tree, feeling relieved that he found the place. "This old building is quite the distance from town," said one of the Marines. "You think the Straw Hats are here?" "Won't know until we look," replied another. "Or they could have been in town this whole time hiding from us." Just then they heard the faint sound of giggling coming from inside the theater. Sanji couldn't hear it from where he was, but noticed that the Marines looked on high alert. "So there is someone inside here," said an officer. "Maybe there really is a straw hat inside." "One of us?" Sanji thought in surprise. Then what if Nami is? With that, Sanji's patience had gone, as he charged towards the Marines. "Hey, assholes," he cried, as he jumped high into the air and kicked all three of the Marines with a strong single kick. He knocked them all out flawlessly, leaving them passed out on the floor. "That'll keep them off my back." Sanji got closer to the theater doors and listened out for any noise. Like the Marines, he now could hear giggling from a man and from a girl that he instantly knew who it was. "Nami? So she is in there." Inside the theater, Nami was being made to dance on the stage again, with Rick controlling her. "This is the best, master," she said happily, being made to jump from the stage, followed by graceful twirls. "Glad you're enjoying this, my sweet Nami," replied Rick. But the fun for him was about to end, as he heard the front door from downstairs crash down with a loud thump. "What on earth?" he cried, almost dropping the marionette controls. "What's going on?" replied Nami worryingly. "I'm getting scared, master." Rick began to feel slightly worried himself. They both heard footsteps at a fast pace, getting louder and louder. "Nami, are you in here?" cried Sanji, as he ran up the first of two flights of stairs towards the main stage. "Wait a minute. Someone is here, for you?" asked Rick to Nami. But before she could reply, Sanji finally arrived at the stage. "Nami, so you were here all this time," he cried happily in his lover tone of voice. But upon closer inspection, his joy turned into shock. "Why are you a puppet? That outfit too. What's going on here?" "Who are you, trespasser?" called Rick from above the stage. From where Sanji was, he couldn't see him. Sanji started getting angry. "Is there? Come out and show yourself." Rick was hesitant at first, but suddenly remembered about his new powers that the devil fruit gave him, which boosted his confidence. He put Nami's controls back and walked down the stage to confront Sanji. "So you're the one breaking into my new home," he said in a menacing tone. "You dare come in here and frighten my dear sweet Nami?" "Your dear sweet Nami," replied Sanji furiously. "How dare you say those words, when you've clearly captured her, strung her up like a puppet for your own personal gain, and dressing her up like that? I'll kick your ass, you creep." "Stop being so mean to my master," cried Nami. Sanji froze in shock at Nami calling him that. "Master? Nami, what are you saying? Master has been so kind to me. I'm gonna be the greatest puppet the world has ever seen, with my master right beside me. You're scaring me, you big bully." Sanji was horrified and couldn't speak a word. "I don't know who you are, and why you know Nami, but you can't accuse me of doing anything when this is what she really wants," said Rick, sounding more menacing than before. Sanji turned towards Rick, now filled with rage. What have you done to her? Stop it, replied Nami. My master hasn't done anything bad. I've simply helped her realize her dream. I won't have you scaring my precious ticket to fame and fortune any longer. Sanji was ready to beat the snot out of Rick until he noticed something on the table where Rick wrote a few notes. It was his devil fruit with a few bites taken out of it. He thought about Nami calling him master and managed to put the two and two together. He smirked at Rick, showing no signs of anger. What's gotten you so happy? He asked, still showing confidence in himself. Rick glared intensely at Sanji's eyes as he was preparing to make use of his powers again. Without a single word spoken, Sanji launched his right foot towards Rick's face and gave him a powerful kick dead on. Rick was pushed back at a fierce speed as he crashed into the wall and landed on the floor, passing out in the process. Nami was about to scream seeing Rick injured, but just then she shut her eyes and blanked out for a few seconds. She opened them up again and noticed something strange. Hey, wait a sec. Where did that freak go? He's right up in my face. And then she turned her head towards the right, where she saw Rick lying on the floor with Sanji looking down upon him. Now he's on the floor and Sanji is here? Okay, does this guy have warp speed or am I missing something here? Sanji's attention quickly turned towards Nami, hearing her voice. Nami, are you alright? He asked. Nami remained silent for a few seconds, looking agitated. Does this look like I'm okay to you? Unless you're into this kind of thing? Sanji now knew that the Nami he heard a few moments ago was her being under the influence of some kind of hypnotic powers from Rick's devil fruit. He ran up to the stage happily. Nami-kwan, you're yourself again, he cheered. Myself? What are you on about? Don't worry about it. Right now we better get you out of here. Oh, finally, she replied with relief. I'm so sick of being a puppet, you have no idea. Get me down from these strings. Of course, Nami, my dear. Sanji quickly untied the strings off Nami's body, and once she was freed she sat down on the floor feeling exhausted. Give me a sec, Sanji. My body aches from being up there for so long. That may have to wait cause we got to get out of here. Marines are patrolling the island looking for us and they might show up any second after I knocked out some of them out near the entrance. Oh, great of all the times. I got to find where the creep put my previous clothes. I'm not leaving here looking like this. Marines. Nami and Sanji looked towards Rick, who had managed to wake up. Sanji kicking him into the wall left him in a lot of pain, so he was struggling to move. If Marines are chasing you, then that must mean we're a pirate too, freak, Sanji told him. Straw Hat Pirates to you. Straw Hat Pirates? I've heard stories of your crew taking down some of the most feared pirates in the Grand Line. Nami, my dear, you didn't tell me that you were one of them. Nami, my dear, she replied in confusion. You have the nerve to say that to me after what you did to me? I have no idea how this is all happening in the blink of an eye, but you have no right to ever call me dear. But Nami, what about our dream together? Dream has that kick to the face made you crazy? Oh wait, you already are, so why do I ask? Just then everyone heard somebody shouting from downstairs. Those straw hats must be in here. Marines, get in there and capture them. They'll pay for taking our fellow officers down. Oh great, looks like the uninvited guests are on their way, said Sanji. Nami, we got to get out of here now. But Sanji, my clothes, she replied hesitantly. I got to get them back first. My purse is with them as well. How much was left in it? Not a single belly left. I spent it all. I'll get you a new one some other day then, there's no time. Oh, fine. This is the most embarrassing situation to escape from the Marines ever. Don't fret about it, Nami. You look stunning in that outfit anyway. No matter what you wear, you'll always look gorgeous. Nami didn't pay attention to him acting like a romantic and slowly got up on her feet. Rick weakly held out his hand towards Nami. Please. Don't go, Nami, he said, as Sanji and Nami looked towards him. After what you did to me? I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm done being your puppet. Please don't go, you're the only friend I've ever made. Friend, yet I'm done here, let's go, Sanji. Right with you, he replied, as they both made the run for it to take care of the Marines coming towards them. Nami Rick lay helplessly on the floor, feeling like he had lost something precious to him. Thoughts of the Nami he wanted echoed through his mind. Sanji managed to take care of the Marines inside the theater with Nami staying behind him, as she didn't have her glim attacked on her. They finally made it outside where there were no Marines in sight, at least for now. Now's our chance to get back to the ship, said Sanji. Think you're ready to run for a good distance, Nami? I should be. Yeah, but when Marines are after us, then I'm not slowing down. Okay, but if you're ever too tired to run, then I'll carry you the rest of the way. Nami wasn't too keen on Sanji carrying her around. Nah, I'm good. I'm a lot more capable than you think. Then follow my lead, Nami. We'll meet up with Luffy and Frankie and make our way out of here. With that, they both ran as fast as they could back towards the meeting point, making sure to stay hidden from any Marines patrolling the area. Eventually they made it to the meeting spot and hid in the bushes. They were the first to make it back, so they waited to see if there was any sign of Luffy and Frankie. Those guys better make it back quickly, said Sanji, as he looked around. Knowing their luck, they've got an angry mob of Marines following them, replied Nami. Just then they heard loud screaming in the distance and took a closer look towards where the noise was coming from. Upon closer inspection, they both sighed with annoyed looks to their faces. Maybe I should become a fortune teller. In the distance was Luffy along with Frankie, running as fast as they could away from a herd of Marines chasing them down. Get back here, Straw Hats, they cried. Luffy, Frankie, over here, cried Sanji, as he came out from the bush to signal at them. I found Nami, so let's get out of here. Sanji and Nami, cried Luffy, as he and Frankie looked up ahead. Finally we found her. Yeah, and what's with the costume? Asked Frankie, looking at Nami's jester outfit. Was she doing street performances this whole time? Hey, maybe she's really good at jokes and stuff, replied Luffy. Jesters are so funny. Guys, over here, let's go, called Nami, as she and Sanji took the lead in running away. Luffy and Frankie started running faster to catch up with them, and together they made a plan. We got to go through the forest to reach the ship, Nami explained. Let's try and lose them through there. Got it, replied the others, as they picked up the pace. Managing to get away from the Marines far enough to carry out their plan, the gang finally arrived in the forest, where they took a diversion off the path to make it back to the ship. Eventually the Marines made it to the forest as well, not stopping for a second. Spread out Marines ordered the general. Find those straw hats and take them down. Yes sir, they all replied, as they split into several groups to find them. Nami and the others now had to move as quietly as they could through the forest so they could make their escape. Luffy was close to sneezing a few times, which had the others all covering up his mouth in an instant to keep him quiet. After a difficult trench through the forest, they finally managed to escape the Marines and continued to make it back to the Thousand Sunny. Back on the ship, Usopp and the others, apart from Zoro who was napping, as always were looking out to see if Luffy's side had made it back yet. It's been ages and still nothing, worried Usopp. Hopefully the Marines haven't got to them, replied Chopper, worrying as well. I'm sure they'll be fine, replied Robin confidently. Luffy and Sanji are around, so they probably found Nami by now and are heading back. Your confidence in them is a true sign of friendship, followed Brook. He had only been with the Straw Hats for a short while compared to the others, but Robin's hope was inspiring to him. Just then Chopper's blue nose managed to pick up some sense. Guys, they've made it. I can smell them approaching this way, he cried happily. Nami and the others finally made it back to the ship, still running towards it. Raise the anchors and let's get going right now before the Marines find us, called Nami. The others were about to comment on her attire but left that thought aside as they prepared the ship for departure. Luffy stretched out his arms using his Gum Gum Devil Fruit powers to grab onto the ship and launch himself onto it. He got on and stretched his arms again so the others could get on quicker. Welcome back guys, are you alright? Asked Usopp. Questions later, let's move it, ordered Nami, which quickly got him running into the engine room. The Thousand Sunny finally managed to depart the island, and once it was far out at sea, Nami, Luffy, Sanji and Frankie laid down on the grass to rest. I'm glad that's over at last, said Nami, feeling relieved to finally relax after all she went through. After taking a few minutes to chill, Nami explained everything to the rest of the crew about what happened from what she remembered. Glad you're okay now, Nami, said Chopper. We were all so worried about you. Thanks, Chopper, she replied. Being a puppet was the single most embarrassing situation I've ever been in. What a piece of work that jerk was. He'll never harm you again, replied Sanji. After the kick I gave him, he won't be doing what he did to you ever again. Quote. He better not, said Usopp. Hopefully some of the other Marines found him and took him in for questioning. Robin thought more about it and realized something. What if he recovered from his injuries and went out using his powers again in the future on innocent people? She had to keep her theory to herself for now, as Sanji had asked her and the others to not tell Nami about what Rick's devil fruit powers were whilst she was around. After Sanji had seen Nami's mind being controlled by Rick, he didn't want her to ever find out what she had been saying under his influence. The crew suddenly heard yawning coming from the other side of the ship. It was Zoro who had finally woke up from his very long nap, as he walked up to the others. Hey, what time is it? He asked, as he opened his eyes. He noticed Nami's jester outfit, which surprised him a little. What's with the crazy outfit you're wearing, Nami? Has Luffy made the deal with you to be the ship's comedian? Nami was about to lose her temper, as she suddenly remembered that she was still wearing it, but managed to keep her cool as she slowly approached him. "You could say that, Zoro. You know what I find funny?" "Yeah, what?" With that, Nami gave Zoro a hard punch on his head, knocking him down to the ground so she could let out the rage she built up. "Now that's funny," she said, feeling satisfied. Luffy laughed hard, as he was easily amused. "That actually was pretty funny, Nami," he laughed out loudly. Nami wanted to hit him too, but resisted from doing so. She giggled lightly to herself as she left to go to her bedroom so that she could finally change into something else. For the rest of the day, the Straw Hat crew didn't do much else besides relax after their hectic day and decided to have an earlier night's sleep. Robin was the only one who stayed up so that she could be on lookout for the night. Nami was having trouble sleeping as she thought about Rick a lot. His words of him saying that she was his only friend was really bugging her, after he clearly showed hatred towards her. Ugh. Even after it's all over, he's still irritating me, even if he isn't in the same room. Thanks a lot, you bastard. You ruin my day and my sleep. Nami tried as hard as she could to try and forget about him, but it just wasn't working. She was just about to get herself a glass of water, until suddenly she blanked out for a few seconds. When she opened her eyes, fear was all over her face as she looked around her room. Master, where are you?" she cried. "Restart 'em away." Robin was sitting up in the crow's nest reading her book whilst she was on the lookout. As deep into her book as she was, she couldn't stop thinking about Nami. Although she had been rescued from her predicament with Rick, something just didn't feel quite right to her. Should we just move on from this so soon? That man's devil fruit powers, from what was described by Sanji, feels too dangerous to be left alone. We still don't know how his powers truly work, and if anyone affected has some kind of permanent mental mark from it. I should try and talk with Nami about it in the morning. She tried to get back to her book to take her mind off the situation for a while, but it proved difficult. As she continued to read, she was unaware that there was someone outside of the crow's nest slowly climbing up towards it. The individual very quietly opened the door to come inside, not making a sound. Robin was still very focused on her book and didn't hear a thing up until she heard the sound of the bell jingling. Robin was startled and could only think of one thing on the ship that sounded like a bell. She slowly turned around. "Is that you, Nat?" But before she could finish, Nami, dressed back in the jester outfit, charged at Robin and wrapped her elbow around her mouth as tight as she could. "Nami, what are you doing?" she muffled, as Nami pinned Robin down on the floor with her boot. Robin's fears were worse than she had anticipated. Nami wasn't acting like herself at all, as she restrained Robin down with a force that shouldn't be possible for her normal physical strength. It must be hypnotic suggestion. That man's devil fruit powers are far more dangerous than we imagined. Robin was about to use her flower fruit powers to restrain Nami, but Nami had now used her other hand to push down on Robin's neck where a pressure point was. Robin tried as hard as she could to resist, but it was too late, as she then passed out on the floor. Nami stood there looking at Robin with no emotion at all, before she left the crow's nest. She quietly headed downstairs to the soldier dock system to leave 1,000 sunny via the Shiroma Cuba I, a modified waiver that Nami obtained during the Straw Hat's adventures in the Sky Islands. Without waking anybody else up, Nami made her escape and headed back towards the island where all the trouble started. After about 45 minutes of traveling across the sea, Nami landed back at the island, parking her waiver at the town dock. Without any hesitation, she ran as fast as she could back to the abandoned theater to find Rick. "I hope my master is okay after that mean chief beat him up," she said. "I have to help him now." After another half hour of traveling, she found herself back at the theater but stopped to see that a group of Marines and a general were standing by the entrance. "Oh no, not the scary soldier guys," cried Nami, wondering what to do. The Marines strangely didn't go after Nami but instead moved out of the way to let her inside. "You're not gonna take me away?" "Master is waiting for you," replied the general. "Please go inside." Nami didn't question their strange actions, nor did she pick up on them, as she was still hypnotized herself. She dashed on inside and found Rick waiting for her on the stage. "Master, I found you," she cried and ran over to give him a cuddle. "I'm so glad you came back to me," he said with relief. "I was worried that you would never return to my side after my strength wore off. I don't know how or why my hold on you returned, but I'll take what I can get." "I won't ever leave you behind ever again, Master," replied Nami, as she stopped cuddling him. "What about the rest of the Straw Hats, though?" Rick asked, suddenly remembering the beating he got from Sanji. "Are they where you've left?" "Well, there was a scary lady who was keeping watch, so I knocked her out so it would give me time to escape." Rick grew quite worried. "Oh no. Once she wakes up, then they'll come back here to take you away again and turn you into one of them." "Nami, that was very reckless." "Oh Master, I'm so sorry," replied Nami sadly. "I thought it would be the best way to escape the bad guys in case I got spotted. What's done is done, I suppose. In any case, I think it's best we leave this island and never come back, now that they will be after us." Nami was shocked and took a look around the theater. "So we have to say goodbye to this place?" "Yes, my dear, but we will find a new theater to perform in. A bigger and better one, and plenty more after that one. You'll be a star across the Grand Line and even beyond that. We have to keep traveling to meet fan demands after all." Nami sighed with relief that her new dream wasn't ending anytime soon. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Then we better get out of here as quickly as possible before those Straw Hats find us. Now you got the right frame of mind. But before we set sail, I think that it's time for you to have a change of identity." "Change of identity?" Nami was puzzled at the idea, so Rick focused his eyesight on Nami and began to use his hypnotic powers. You are not Nami of the Straw Hat Pirates anymore. Having the name will only give you a bad rep for those Marines to chase after you, and when we were on our show tours. You will be given a new name as of today that you will stick with for the rest of your life. Your name is now Jinglet Marionette. Repeat to me your new name." "My name is Jinglet Marionette," relayed Nami in monotone. "My name is Jinglet Marionette." "Well done, Jinglet." Rick snapped his fingers and Nami was back to her more energetic, hypnotized self. "I love my name," she said. "It's perfect for me, Master. Only doing what I can to please you, Jinglet, my dear. Now then, it's time to make our leave." Nami searched around the place looking for something she desperately wanted back. "Where's my strings and controls, Master? I can't leave without them." Already got them packed up, Jinglet. I'd never forget the most vital essentials for what will make you a star. That's a relief. The sooner I'm strung back up, the better. I'm so happy that I just want to dance. Time for that, after we secure a ship and leave. Let's get to the harbor quickly before the Straw Hats find us. There's another harbor on the other side of town where the rich people park their amazing ships. We can take one for ourselves and avoid the Straw Hats if they show up. Lead the way, Master. Nami let Rick hold her hand as they finally left the theater and ran as fast as they could towards the second harbor. The travel to the harbor took longer than Rick would have liked, as he was often spotted by some townsfolk who were wondering what he and Nami were doing. He hypnotized anyone who got in his way to avoid raising any further suspicions. When they finally arrived at the harbor, they saw a giant ship bigger than what the 2000 Sunny was. The biggest luck was on Rick's side, as the ship had nobody on it. They must be staying in this town for the night, he said. How incredibly convenient. It is, replied Nami happily. Rick's eyes lit up when he had a closer inspection of the vessel. Jinglet. This isn't just a big ship. This ship is a showboat. I remember seeing one of these in my youth. I always wanted to go on one of these but never got the chance. Now we can own our own. That's so amazing, Master, said Nami, getting super excited. With this ship, I can perform whilst we travel the sea. Oh, let's take it now. Not quite yet, said Rick, as he started to think of a plan. Nami's excitement went on pause, as she wondered what he was thinking. If we just take this ship now, then the owners will find out we took it and get any remaining Marines after us. We need to make it so that they say that we can have it. Rick got a devious smirk on his face, knowing what he had to do. I have my new powers now, so this will be a piece of cake. We just have to wait until the owners of the ship return, then I'll do the convincing. If we hide on this ship tonight and surprise them when they are all together in the same place, then they'll have no choice but to let us keep it. Brilliant idea, Master, replied Nami. Let's get inside it and wait. I'm an expert at picking locks, so we can get inside no problem. Oh yes, that would work. This only makes things better. Even though Nami's identity hadn't mentally changed, she still hadn't forgotten her previous thieving skills from when she knew herself as Nami. Rick suddenly realized the problem about his plan that could ruin their getaway. But if those pesky Straw Hats are here by morning and track us down before the owners get back, then we're in trouble. But couldn't you just use your powers on them, Master? If that chief could take care of me, then I imagine everyone else can stop my powers before I have a chance to use them. I can't risk getting in their way. This plan is the only way to escape without the ship owners chasing after us. It just might be a risk we have to take. Nami sighed, growing worried about how the plan would go in the end. I hope we'll make it out of here, Master. This one obstacle is all that's stopping us. We'll make it, Jinglet, Rick replied as he held her hand. We'll make it. Back at the 1000 Sunny, morning had risen and Robin had finally woke up. She was a little dazed from last night, and it took a few seconds for her to remember what had happened. Nami, I have to warn the others. She ran out of the crow's nest to wake everyone else up. Thankfully, the others were already up, gathered at the dock, as she climbed down. Everyone, we have a big problem. What's the matter, Robin? Asked Fluffy. It's Nami. She's gone. Quote. Gone? Replied everyone else at once. Robin explained the situation to everyone else. Not again, said Sanji angrily. How dare that slimy bastard rob her of her free will? We got to get back to that island now and kick his ass for permanent this time. We should have considered that his powers would still be in effect, followed Usopp. For all we know, he's planning on making a getaway to leave the island as we speak. Then let's get there before he gets the chance, replied Luffy as he clenched his fists. I'm already on it, said Frankie as he prepared the ship to change course back towards the island. Let me join you this time, said Chopper. I want to give that guy a piece of my mind too. The more the merrier, replied Luffy. Let's get our friend back for good this time. The Thousand Sunny went into Channel Zero mode, changing it into Paddle Wheel Sunny, and the ship picked up speed quickly. The Straw Hats weren't wasting any time in getting back as fast as they could. Meanwhile, Rick and Nami had been staying inside the empty showboat through the rest of the night and were still waiting for the owners to come back. In the time they had to kill, they had been looking around the place, which only got them more excited to take ownership of the vessel. It had a restaurant built inside along the big stage that Nami couldn't take her eyes off. She desperately wanted to be strung back up that night, but Rick told her to wait until they secured the ship. They were currently waiting inside the control room for anybody to show up. See anyone yet? Asked Nami. The wait is killing me. Not yet, Jinglet. Given by how crowded the town is from what I can see right now, they should hopefully be on their way soon. Oh, hurry up everyone and let us have the ship. Nami moaned. I want to get started on my dream already. Luck was on Rick's side as he finally saw a large group of people heading towards the ship. Looks like the wait is over, he told Nami. Everyone is finally arriving. Yay. About time. Once it got to a point where nobody else was coming on board, Rick and Nami got up and were ready to take action. Boats come to Daddy, said Rick excitedly as he and Nami headed straight for the main hall where the stage was located. The people inside were all talking amongst themselves, waiting for the ship to take off. Rick and Nami were able to sneak their way inside the hall and hide backstage. Rick had planned to make his move on stage in front of everyone when enough people were inside. Nami hid herself backstage while Rick was behind the giant red curtain waiting for a moment to appear before the people. The time is almost here, Jinglet, he whispered. This boat will soon be ours. I can't wait, Master, she whispered back joyfully. As Rick waited to make his entrance, the voice was heard in the room coming from some speakers. This is your captain speaking. This ship will now be departing for its next destination. We hope you enjoy the shows coming up later in the main hall and enjoy your travel. The time is now, said Rick as he pushed open the curtains and appeared in front of everyone on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard my wonderful ship. The audience looked on in confusion as Rick became the center of attention. Who's this wannabe? Said a smartly dressed man. He looks pretty desperate for attention. Is this the owner of the ship? He doesn't look it at all, said a lady. I know what you're all thinking right about now, continued Rick. Who am I and what am I doing here? Well, if you all continue to pay attention, I'll tell you. Rick put his takeover plan into action, as he focused on every person in the hall and started to use his hypnotic powers on everyone. I'm your master now, and you will all be obeying my every command from now on. Yes, master, replied everyone at once, feeling deep under his power. Fantastic. I'm the owner of this ship, and nobody else can tell you otherwise. You can continue on with enjoying your stay here on my ship, but you are all completely loyal to me. Nobody leaves this ship until I say so. Yes, Master. Rick finished using his powers on everyone, and by the end, he felt quite exhausted. Never felt like this before. I guess taking over this amount of people at once takes its toll on me. He regained himself and looked at the crowd, staring blankly at him, feeling proud of what he had accomplished. Well then, everybody, I shall be personally putting on a little puppet show for you later on today. In the meantime, feel free to enjoy your stay whilst I go and make preparations. Back behind the curtain, Nami was getting hyped up at being able to finally perform in front of others for the first time. Finally, my dream can start coming true. Master is so cool. Rick went back behind the curtain and walked on over to Nami with a smile. She ran up to Rick and gave him a big cuddle. Oh, Master, thank you so much. I'm so excited you have no idea. Glad to hear it, my lovely Jinglet. Now then, we better start preparing you up for the show, shouldn't we? As Nami jumped up and down with delight, Rick looked upwards to see how high up the upper level of the stage was. I think we are going to need some longer strings for this show. We best check out what's backstage after I take care of the captain driving this vessel. He's the only one left to take care of, so you stay here whilst I get him to obey. Got it, Master. Elsewhere, the Thousand Sunny was getting closer to returning to the island, still going at max speed. The crew were holding on tight to whatever was close to them to avoid being blown away. I see the island up ahead, called Frankie. I'm gonna slow the Sunny down, so let's get ready to make a dramatic entrance and track Nami down. Let's catch that hypnotizing bastard and give him what for, replied Sanji. He'll pay dearly for what he's done to our friend, said Chopper, looking prepared to fight. Be aware that the Marines may still be on the island ready for us, replied Robin. Not only could they be possibly under that man's control, the townfolk also. We can't harm any of those innocent people. As the ship got closer to the island, Usopp used his telescope to find the place to land and noticed something in the distance. It's the Shiromacube Eye. Nami's here all right. Frankie parked the ship at that harbor up ahead. Got it, Usopp. As the ship landed at the harbor, everyone jumped off the ship and split up to find Nami. Luffy, however, jetted himself into the air with his gum-gum rocket move to get ahead of everyone. It wasn't long until some Marines along with some hypnotized townsfolk appeared in various locations to try and slow down the Straw Hats. As Robin predicted, some of them were under Rick's control given the lifeless looks on their faces. Whilst the Straw Hats battled their way through the town, the showboat had already left the island and was nowhere in sight. Their mission to rescue Nami had failed before it could even start, and they wouldn't know of this until much later. Hours passed, and in that time Rick had hypnotized the captain and was currently putting on a show with Nami all strung up. The audience loved her, as they gave her many claps and cheers. Nami was filled with so much joy, as she sang some songs and watched her strings making her do various dances. After the show was over, Rick unstrung Nami, so that she could give him another cup. Me, master. They really loved me, she cried happily. You were wonderful, Jinglet, my dear. I knew that your first time in the show business would be a success. I never doubted you for a second. As Rick and Nami went backstage to look around at all the props used for stage shows, Nami noticed something that caught her attention. Look there, master. I see a whole bunch of puppets hung up on the wall over there. Rick turned to where Nami was pointing to see all the various marionettes, which took him by surprise. Well, I'll be. But none of these ones will ever meet your popularity. These lifeless puppets are old news now. It's all about the human puppet acts now, which you are the origin of. You're right, as always, master. Nami then got an idea which she wanted to start immediately. Hey, see those hooks that hold up the other puppets? I wanna go up there with them too. You do, replied Rick, feeling surprised. Yes. I'm a puppet just like them, and this is where my new room should be. The other puppets are put here to keep them safe, so I want to be safe here too. Rick thought about it for a moment and decided. Well, if you really want to, Jinglet, I'll allow you to make yourself comfortable here. Yippee. Rick then strung Nami back up to her strings and hung her controls up on 2 hooks higher than the others, due to Nami being bigger than the other puppets. Nami was suspended above the ground, slightly rocking about from just being put up. She smiled, looking at all the puppets around her. Hi there, everyone. My name is Jinglet Marionette, and I'm your new roommate. Or in this case, I'm your new sister, cause we'll all be one happy family. Rick couldn't help but smile, seeing Nami happy where she was. I'm going to go and brainstorm ideas for the show, as you're enjoying yourself, he told her. If you need anything, then I'll be over in a flash. Okay, master. Thank you. As Rick went to go and grab himself a desk, Nami went back to talking with the lifeless puppets. Being a puppet is so much fun, isn't it? Being something that can make people happy is something I bet you all really love. I'm a little different from you all, but let's all be really great friends. Back on the island, the Straw Hats all returned to the ship after coming to the realization that Nami was gone. None of them knew what to say, as they remained silent, feeling disappointed in themselves. Luffy broke the silence, sounding the most serious he had been in a while. We can't give up now. Our friend is still out there somewhere, and we won't stop until we see her again. The others remained silent and let Luffy speak, feeling that he was saying exactly what they were all thinking. Even if it takes us days, weeks, months, we will put our journey on hold until she is found. It'll be hard without a navigator to guide us, but when our friend's life is on the line, then so be it. Let's set sail and get her back. Roger, Captain, said everyone else, being in complete agreement. As the Thousand Sunny set sail, everyone looked out towards the sea, thinking of Nami, knowing that they had a long search ahead of them. The search would end up taking a lot longer than expected, as time passed. The Straw Hat would end up arriving on an island sometime later known as Sabeo, the archipelago, where a devastating battle would separate the crew many miles away from each other. Each of them ended up in their own personal struggles, while Snammy would go on to become a star across many islands with Rick's human puppet act. 2 years passed by. The seas of the New World on an evening, when the moon shone brightly, a large spectacular-looking vessel flooded with lights that shone many colors sailed across the ocean. This boat was known as the Jolly Jingle, the most popular showboat for 2 years running. On board the massive showboat was many people conversing with each other, sitting down to eat dinner or gazing out at the sea. Couples, families with children and many other types of people were all having a great time and eagerly awaiting for a show to begin in the main hall. Scattered around the walls were eye-catching posters of the main show that had been selling out tickets for a very long time now. The Jinglette Marionette show starring the iconic Jinglette Marionette herself was the most popular puppet show around. Being her name in real life as well as the main character in the show, Jinglette was a gesture marionette always looking to have fun and make people happy. Created by showmaster Rick Gray, the show had Jinglette perform a variety of songs and dances along with some short storylines of her silly and jolly antics. Many children loved her and were always begging their parents to take them to see the show anytime tickets had become available. 7:40 p.m. While Jinglette and the show were loved by many, nobody has ever known of the true story of how the show came to be. The clocks around the ship were now showing 7:40 p.m. and many people were grouped outside the main hall doors waiting eagerly to get in their seats to watch the show. The doors to the main theater would open during that time and the show would kick off at 8 p.m. to give everyone time to come in. "Oh, I can't wait for this, Mom and Dad," said a young boy excitedly to his parents. "Jinglette is gonna be on stage soon." "Yeah, me too," said the boy's sister. "Getting to see Jinglette live is what I've been dying to see so much." "Okay, calm down now you two," replied the mother happily. "We just have to be patient now so they can get things ready. I'm sure Jinglette will be delighted to see you watching," followed the father. "I know she will," replied the boy. "I'm her biggest fan." "No, I'm her biggest fan," said his sister back. "No way." "I am." "No, I am." "Okay, now let's not argue," said the mother. "Jinglette won't want to see you both arguing with each other. You both are her biggest fans, okay?" replied the children. They made up and went back to staring at the doors waiting to open. "You say this show is as great as your cousin said it was," said a guy to his girlfriend. "I dunno, it seems like something only you would get a kick out of." "Nonsense. Jinglette is supposed to be for everyone. She looked like a lot of fun to watch." "Be positive," replied his girlfriend. "I'll take your word then. This cost a lot of belly to spend our weekend on." Audiences from all over the ship had their own expectations and excitements for the show about to start. Soon the security guard finally opened the doors from inside the theater. "Thank you all for waiting so patiently. Please take your seats and the puppet show extravaganza will be starting soon." The crowd dashed inside, all looking for the beat seats in the house that weren't already booked. The atmosphere was loud and cheerful, as everyone waited patiently for the show to begin. Backstage, from behind the stage curtains, last-minute checkups were being taken to make sure that everything was ready to go. The stage background was a huge painting of a big green field with a castle in the background, and behind it were many other backgrounds that would set the future scenes up. A sizable work crew were looking at their finished preparations, and a man dressed up in fine clothing was inspecting the finished work. That man was Rick Gray. "It looks great, guys. We're now ready to begin," he said, making sure he wasn't loud enough for the audience to hear from behind the curtains. "Thanks, boss," said one of the puppeteers from up above. "Let's give them a show to remember tonight." "Fantastic," he replied happily. "Is my darling ready too?" A faint sound of jingling bells was heard to give the signal. "Okay then. I'll make the introductions and we'll start the show." Rick turned to face the curtains and waited for the main lights to turn off. The audience was getting very excited as the main spotlight shone on the stage. Rick went through the curtains and stood on the stage, accepting the claps for him by everyone watching. "Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, I welcome you aboard the Jolly Jingle. I'm Rick Gray, the captain of this vessel and the creator of the greatest puppet show in the world." The audience clapped for him. "We have been very grateful for all the praise and wonderful feedback on our show. Never in a million years would I have ever thought that one of my dreams could come true. It's an honor that we have been continuing to entertain many audiences across the Grand Line and now the New World for 2 years straight. Without you then we would never have kept going for this long. So tonight I may come across as a broken record when I say thank you to each and every single one of you. Because of you, Jinglette is a very lucky and happy person." The audience clapped once again and cheered loudly. Rick smiled at everyone, feeling proud of how much his life had turned around since getting his show made. "But enough about me now. I know you have all come here to see the main star. So how about we get things started?" Everyone clapped and cheered loudly once again. "Then sit back, relax and enjoy the one, the only, Jinglette marionette." Rick left the stage as the applause got louder. "And the fields are peaceful," said the voice-over for the lady puppet. "It's almost too peaceful actually. Usually, that cheeky Jinglette is lurking around somewhere, always getting up to mischief. I wonder if she is around at all today?" Just then Jinglette started speaking in a non-threatening, spooky voice to trick the lady. "Woo-woo. I'm the spirit of the great money tree. I will make you rich beyond your wildest dreams." "What the?" The tree spoke. The puppet jumped and took a few steps back. "That is correct. Just say the word and I'll make you filthy rich." The puppet then was positioned to look at the audience. "That's incredible. Did you boys and girls know about this tree?" The audience all replied yes back to it. "Well, I'll be. In that case, go ahead. Please make me rich, O great tree of wealth. Then your wish shall be granted. You shall get 1,000 berries." 1,000? Oh, me good, but what rained down from the stage wasn't any money at all. It was a storm of berry fruits instead, which hit the puppet continually. The audience laughed and Jinglette jumped up high from behind the tree and landed on her feet. "God yeah. Maybe fruits and money shouldn't sound the same, ha. I got her really good, didn't I, boys and girls?" "Yes, you sure did," replied the audience, still trying not to laugh. "Oh, that troublesome Jinglette has tricked me again," said the voice of the puppet in a cheerful tone. "I should have thought that the sound of jingling came from your bells. You cheeky trickster, you." The show carried on with various acts and musical numbers for a good hour. A very satisfied audience were talking about the show well after the doors closed in the theater. Backstage, Rick came on down to speak with Jinglette once the staff had hung up her puppet controls with her still strung up. The controls were hung on a pulley system, so that whoever pulled rope attached would raise Jinglette upwards so she would be at level with the other puppets hung up. Even when not on the show, she always remained motionless when nobody was pulling her strings. She was currently positioned to be standing up. Another fine job well done, my dear. You captivated that audience until the very end, and I'm once again proud of you. Thank you, Master, she replied cheerfully. I'll always do my best for you. At the girl, you can have a hug for a job well done. He pinched the strings connected to her wrists and pulled them towards him to make Jinglette hug him. Now then, it's time you got some sleep. We have a busy day coming up when we arrive at Rosa in a few days. Oh yes, that's right. I remember you saying that we were going there. Are we gonna have people from Rosa watch the show? Indeed, my bundle of joy. You'll get to spend the first day being able to walk around the town with one of the skilled walkers who will help you move around. You can say hello to everyone and pass out flyers to come and watch the show the next day. That sounds like a lot of fun, Master. It's been so long since I've got to go outside and see people outside of the show. After all your success, you deserve a reward, my dear. Neither of us has been to Rosa before, so play nice with the people, because we need an audience. Yes, Sir Master. I'd salute, if I could. Rick chuckled and took her left hand string and raised it towards her head to salute him. Thank you, sir. All right then. Up you go now and get some sleep. He pulled on the pulley system's rope, which raised Jinglette upwards so she was suspended up above Rick along with the other marionettes. Good night, Master. You sleep well too. Good night, my wonderful Jinglette. As he left the stockroom and headed for his bedroom located at the highest part of the ship, Jinglette closed her eyes without hesitation. Night, everybody, she whispered to the other lifeless puppets whom she always spoke with every day. Once in his room, Rick got out a pen and paper to start jotting down more ideas he could add to the show. He started talking to himself, which he did a lot when by himself. Hard to believe it's been 2 years since that day I took you in, Nami. He started to think back about the day that changed his life. The day I freed you from the life of a pirate and put into stardom as a now famous human marionette who everyone loves. This life has been much better for you, and I finally have someone that I can call a dear friend. I may have had to manipulate your mind with my powers to get this far, but I'm much better off this way than how I used to get on with life. He looked at the poster for the Jinglette show with Nami on the front. Someone I used to despise is now someone I can order about with no backlash. It's so great to be me anyway. I better get started on some new acts for the show. We need to change things up a bit to keep audiences from getting bored. He spent most of the night writing until he couldn't stay awake anymore. A few days later, the jolly Jingle finally arrived at Rosa. Nami woke up with the same smile as always, waiting for Rick to come in and put her on the ground. Good morning, friends, she said to the puppets. Rise and shine, everybody. However, she noticed that something about her surroundings that felt different. Your Majesty and Highness? Where are you? She was referring to two marionettes that the king and queen of the castle used in the show. They weren't hanging up on their usual spots, which had never happened before. Where are you two? Have you gone on stage without me? She looked down on the floor and in shock saw where the puppets were. They both lay on the floor all broken from head to legs. Oh my gosh, the king and queen broke. Master! Master, come quickly, she yelled desperately, waiting for Rick to arrive. In no time flat, Rick rushed into the stock room. What is it, Jinglet? What's wrong? Look on the floor. The king and queen fell down and broke. What? He examined the damage and looked up to notice that the hooks where they hung on had broken off, resulting in the puppets breaking from the impact of the fall. This is a disaster. We needed them for tomorrow night's show. This is just great. What do we do now? Nami asked worryingly. I'll have to come into town with you and the Distilled Walker and look for a store that hopefully sells puppets that can replace these ones. I guess it was a matter of time until something like this would happen. These two were getting worn out and they're ancient. I got them second-hand 2 years ago, so I should avoid it in the future. I come, Master. I want to help out too. No, don't worry about that. You have a job to do, so stay focused on that and leave the replacements to me, understand? The command given to Nami instantly changed her worried state of mind to a jolly one, like a trigger in her brain. Okie dokie, Master. I'll stick to what you want me to do. Rick used the pulley system to bring Jinglet down and put her on her feet so the Distilled Walker could come in and take her out. Like all the staff Rick had on board his stolen ship, the Distilled Walker didn't join the crew by his own free will. He, along with everyone else, was hypnotized by Rick's devil fruit powers so that they would work for him for as long as he needed them. When the Distilled Walker came in, he took Nami's puppet controls in hand and started making her walk out of the ship to head towards the town. He was a strong man, so he was able to freely manipulate Nami like a marionette despite her being a human being. Here we go, Mr. Stilled Man, she cheered, as the pair walked on with Rick by their side. As the trio nearly reached the town, Rick started to take off in a different direction to look for a shop that sold puppets. Remember, Jinglet, to behave yourself and hand out these flyers, he explained, as he gave a bunch of them to Nami to hold in her hand. I will, Master. I hope you find us some new friends. I'm hoping so. Have fun and see you soon. He took off ahead. Bye-bye. Nami called, wanting to wave at him. The pair finally made it into town and the citizens fixed their attention towards her. Hey, check it out, said a woman speaking to her friend. It's one of those human marionette acts. Pretty cool. Yeah, replied her friend. Let's go and say hello. A bunch of people all came together to get closer to Nami. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, said the Distilled Walker. This here is the lovely and wonderful Jinglet marionette, and she's been looking forward to meeting you all. Say hello, Jinglet. He manipulated the strings to operate her arms to wave hello at them. The audience was fascinated and enjoying her company already. This fun-loving jester loves to dance and play with all the friends she makes, and she's hoping that you'll be her friend too. Look at that puppet, Mummy, said a young girl to her father. I wanna go say hello to her. Go ahead then, Jenny, replied her father happily. Jenny got closer to Nami, and the Distilled Walker made Nami bend down so she could see the young girl better. Hello there, Miss Jinglet. I'm Jenny. Nami was made to shake, about to give a response which made every bell on her outfit ring rapidly. I can dance just like you can too. Oh, I think she likes the sound of that, said the still walker. Don't you, Jinglet? He made Nami's head nod up and down to say yes. Well then, let's watch her dance, ladies and gentlemen. He manipulated Nami to dance around on the spot, which captivated everyone. Jenny was giggling with joy, as she then tried to mimic Nami's movements. Whilst Nami was being shaken around, she caught a glimpse of something rather peculiar. More citizens were making their way towards her, but they didn't look like humans at all. In fact, they were walking, talking toys that were moving around by themselves. Nami almost jumped at the sight of them, but tried to remain in character. On earth is this? The last time I checked, toys can't move by themselves. This is super fascinating. The toys gathered around to see Nami and were just as captivated as the rest of the citizens were, who seemed to be accepting to the toys like it was completely normal to them. Fancy that. A puppet that isn't a toy. Now there's something you don't see all the time, said a wind-up doll. She must be one of those street performers, replied the wooden doll. Let's keep watching. Nami was paraded around the town for the next few hours, entertaining people and giving out the flyers to come and see the show. Her day was going very well, seeing all the happy people enjoy her company. I wonder how the master is doing. I hope he found some new friends. Meanwhile, Rick had come across an old-fashioned toy shop after searching for a long time. He looked on the walls where lots of puppets were on display, hoping to find a king and queen. Can I help you today? Asked the shopkeeper. Yes, my good sir. I'm looking for a king and a queen marionette. Do you have any hanging around? Not on display, but I'll check the stock room for you. Thank you, assistant. I need you to keep an eye on the cashier, he called towards the stock room. The assistant came out and jumped onto the shelf next to the till. Rick jumped, seeing that the assistant was a wooden wind-up monkey toy moving on its own. You got it, boss, it replied, as the shopkeeper headed into the stock room. What in the world are you? Asked Rick, who couldn't hold back on his true emotions to what he was seeing. Last time I checked, I'm a monkey, replied the toy. I take it you haven't seen any toy talk back at you. This is insane. How on earth are you alive? I dunno. I've always known myself to be who I'm and just lived with it. There's plenty of other toys just like me too who live here, so I'm not alone. Fascinating. You're very unique. Just then the shop bell rang and Rick looked back to notice a customer walk in. It was a young girl wearing a red teddy bear coat and a white dress with blue polka dots. She was eating some fruit as she took a close look at Rick. Oh, hello there, master. What can I do for you today? Asked the monkey toy. Master? As Rick was in his thoughts, the girl continued to look at him and finally spoke. I've heard about you, Mr. Showman. Not to mention your Jinglet puppet too. How did you hear about us then? Oh, Jinglet is a very special case that I have been interested in seeing for a long time now. The girl gave a sinister look which started to worry Rick. Could she possibly know the truth about Jinglet that he hoped would have stayed a secret? He started to shake a little. The complete control over Hiruhi Suzumiya. It was that time again at North High. The arts festival was a few weeks away and students were coming together to come up with ideas on what they should do. The school was busier than ever, even with breaks after lessons. Almost every area of the school was packed with students walking to and fro. The SOS Brigade was, as usual, hanging out in their club room doing anything but being able to relax. As expected, Haruhi Suzumiya was making sure that Kyan, Mikuru, Yuki and Koizumi were all paying full attention during the meeting they were having. Haruhi, like the previous year, was once again in charge of coming up with a project for the arts festival. She was stressed out, as she was struggling to come up with any ideas. She acted like there were only a few days to think of something, even though there was still plenty of time to plan things out. Oh man, this is frustrating. Can't you guys think of anything? I'm doing all the work around here. Haruhi ranted. Oh come on, we have plenty of time to prepare. Can't you just call it a day already? It's nearly time for class. Kyan moaned. No way. The arts festival is something we at the SOS Brigade must make sure is something we excel at. I can't spend one day from now on not making any plans. If we are to succeed, I understand where she's coming from. You're bound to come up with something truly great. If you keep at it without anything keeping it in your mind, Koizumi responded. You're not helping, you know. Kyan grumbled. Exactly, I don't care. If it takes time out of your homework, all of you are to keep your minds focused on coming up with ideas. Haruhi agreed, as she raised her voice slightly. Kyan sighed, as he knew he wasn't going to get anywhere. Just then the school bell rang, meaning that break was now over. The group grabbed their things and headed out of the club room. I'll join you in a sec, Kyan. You go on ahead. I'll do clean-up duty today, Haruhi told him. Before he left the room, Kyan had no objections to that, so he left the room. Haruhi put away the equipment that was used by the others, which were a board game and cups of tea. After she was done, she grabbed her bag and opened the door to head back to class. As she opened it, standing right in front of her was a strange figure wearing a long black hooded cloak. Haruhi stood there with a confused look on her face. Who are you supposed to be? Some student making plans for an arts festival event? The stranger didn't respond, standing completely still. Haruhi grew tired of waiting and walked past him. Whatever, weirdo, she said, as she locked the club room with her back turned. The stranger reached out his left arm and put it on Haruhi's shoulder. She turned around, reacting to his strange behavior. Hey jerk, what's the big idea? She shouted, as she was prepared to punch him in the face. But just as she did, the stranger then held out a music box towards Haruhi. She stopped, looking quite confused as to why she was looking at the music box. The stranger opened it up and a tune began to play. "Oh, look, freak, if you're trying to impress me with that, then I'm." She then found herself being unable to resist listening to the music. Her hands then flopped down and her posture was slanted along with her mouth being half open as she continued to listen. The stranger chuckled as Haruhi had a blank look on her face, as her eyes now looked completely lifeless. The music box stopped and the stranger began to laugh menacingly. "Now then, dear, come with me," he said, as he began to walk away. Haruhi didn't speak a word and began to follow him as they both headed out of the school through the main entrance. By the time he had made Haruhi follow him, all the students and staff were already back in class, so the stranger had nothing to fear about being noticed. As they headed into the town, many people noticed them walking by. At this point, they were aware of Haruhi Suzumiya and her crazy antics. Took what they saw as nothing more than her hanging out with one of her odd friends. This went perfectly with the hooded figure's plan, as he continued to chuckle to himself. Soon they reached an alleyway which led towards a set of stairs to go down. As they reached the bottom, the stranger opened the door and they both headed inside and closed the door, which Haruhi was ordered to do. The main attraction of the room was an inbuilt stage along with a bunch of equipment. Costumes were everywhere around the building. It made Mikuru's set of outfits look like nothing excellent. "I've finally been able to capture and control this girl. This music box is simply magnificent," he told himself with delight. He turned his attention to Haruhi, who was standing still with the same lifeless look on her face. "You, my dear, you are going to be simply perfect for the show I have planned." He raised his hand into the air, really getting into the moment. "I'm the great Mariano for tonight's entertainment. You are going to be the big star for my puppet show," he boomed out loud. "Are you excited about this?" "As much as I'm Miss Suzumiya," he asked the girl, who still stood perfectly still. He walked on over to her and made her nod her head up and down by putting his hand on the back of her head. "Excellent. Now then, while I pick out a costume for you, why don't you have a little dance while I do that?" Mariano took out his music box and began to make it play. As the music played, Haruhi then began to dance gracefully whilst Mariano picked out an outfit. "Why, this is simply perfect for you. We shall begin the first part of the show with this one," he said, as he held out a ballerina costume. He commanded Haruhi to go into the changing room to prepare for the show, to which she did some time later. Haruhi had now changed into her ballerina outfit and was sitting down on a chair which was on stage. Mariano had got out a device he had created himself for the show. It was a marionette-style harness which consisted of straps made to attach themselves to various limbs of the human body, strings which attached themselves to the straps, and in front of the stage was a control mechanism which consisted of levers to control each limb strap. The head attachment was a little different from the straps. Mariano had wrapped a pink strap around Haruhi's head, which was connected to a ring which was held up by strings to give the head some movement. Mariano was finishing up putting straps on Haruhi's left arm, as the rest of her body had straps attached. With the wrist straps attached, Haruhi's wrists were suspended in mid-air. He looked up to Haruhi's blank-eyed face. "You're all ready to go now, my little puppet. Let us begin the show." He then headed off the stage to head towards the lever mechanism. Next to him was a record player which has a vinyl ready to be played. He gave one last look at Haruhi, as he then began to play the music. The music that played was the same tune that was used in the music box. It continued to have the same effect on Haruhi, which made Mariano's control over her much stronger. He pulled the first lever on the mechanism which controlled the string strap on Haruhi's right hand, making it rise up into the air. Then he began to pull a series of levers which pulled Haruhi out of her chair and began to dance stiffly. The moves that Mariano was making her do didn't come across that of a graceful ballerina, but more of a normal marionette. It didn't matter to him, as he enjoyed making the girl dance to however he made her do. Haruhi was wobbling around and floating slightly above the floor, as the strings pulled her up slightly. Mariano then pulled some levers to make Haruhi stiffly walk off the stage and towards him. The strings were not able to reach far enough to him, as she then fell onto the floor. From her fall, as he then pulled every lever possible which put her back on her feet very quickly. Haruhi stood in place wobbling, as the string strap on her back pulled the most weight. Marino took a break from pulling the levers, as he walked on over to Haruhi. "That was wonderful, my beautiful little marionette. You're an absolute star who will go down in my personal history books." He laughed to himself, as he pinched on both of Haruhi's arm strings and moved them to make her clap her hands frantically. "For the next part of the show, I think we shall have a new outfit for you. But first we will need to get you a partner for the next act, so I will be right back." He now had planned in mind to get another one of the SOS Brigade members that we were aware of. "Before I go, I don't want to keep you standing around doing nothing. Why don't you have another little dance to yourself whilst I go and get our next puppet?" he told the unresponsive Haruhi. He flicked a switch on the lever mechanism which put itself on autopilot, as the levers moved randomly. The strings began to manipulate Haruhi's body once again, as Mariano left the large room and locked the door. "I'm coming for you next, Mrs. Savannah," he said to himself menacingly. 2 days since Haruhi and Mikuru had been absent from school. Kyan and the others were still getting on with regular life and trying to come up with ideas for the cultural festival whilst Haruhi was away. Kyan had decided to head into school early before lessons started so he could try and help towards thinking of what to do for the festival. Thinking of ideas proved to be quite challenging, not having the leader around, but Kyan thought, if he didn't then Haruhi would be angry at him. Itsuki was occupied in helping out with his classmates to do another play for the festival, and Yuki didn't contribute anything, as she continued to quietly read books. "Man, it feels like I'm the only one even trying at this point," Kyan thought, as he sat in the club room with Yuki. "Maybe I shouldn't even bother right now. Haruhi would come up with anything and she's the only one enthusiastic enough." Yuki got off of her chair and put her book away in her bag. "Heading off to class, Nagato? There's still 20 minutes left before classes begin." Yuki nodded her head in response. "Well, all right then. Catch you later." Yuki took her leave. 10 minutes were left on the clock till Kyan had finally given up on thinking of ideas. "Screw this. I'll just head off to class now." He grabbed his bag and opened the door. What happened, as he opened it, came as a surprise. There was Haruhi, standing outside the club room. "Haruhi? Hey, are you feeling any now?" he asked, feeling somewhat relieved to see her again. Hiruhi had a blank, lifeless look on her face, as her lifeless eyes stared towards him. I'm fine. I'm looking for the one called Chiruaya. Where can I find her? She asked him in a monotone voice. Chiruaya. She usually appears around the lockers in the main entrance around this time. You know that. You sure you're feeling okay? I'm fine. I shall locate Chiruaya. I must speak with her about something. Karen found the tone of her voice rather unsettling. Well, okay then. You just sound odd, Bizarre. I guess I'm just tired. I shall locate Chiruaya, Hiruhi responded, as she began to walk away from Kyan to locate Chiruaya. Okay, I'll see you in class then, Kyan called out, as he headed in the opposite direction to go to class. Man, she must really be out of it today. Maybe she should have stayed home a bit more. Meanwhile, back in Mariano's theater, the madman was laughing to himself happily. My power over Hiruhi is simply incredible. That boy had no idea that I'm directly speaking through the girl's body. This couldn't be any easier. Behind him, Mikuru was walking over to Mariano dressed in her maid outfit, carrying a plate with a cup of tea on it. She handed the tea to him with robotic-looking movements. Thank you, my puppet. I look forward to drinking this, he said, as he took it from her hands. Now stand over there and dance for me, slave, he commanded her. As Mikuru walked in front of him, she began to dance like a wind-up doll whilst Mariano focused his efforts on Hiruhi. He was able to psychically see the world through Hiruhi's eyes, as he remained in charge of making whatever he spoke out loud come out of her mouth. It was like a ventriloquist act for him. The mind-controlled Hiruhi soon arrived at the main entrance. Other students who were around noticed she was back but didn't say anything to her as they passed by. Then Mariano, through Hiruhi's eyes, saw Chiruaya by her locker. Hiruhi walked up over to her and stood still close to her. Chiruaya turned around to notice Hiruhi. Oh gosh, you made me jump there, Harunayan. Welcome back, she exclaimed, feeling happy to see her. Kyan told me that you were absent for a few days. You feel better now? Mariano then took action, as he began to speak through Hiruhi. I'm fine. I would like you to come on over to the back of the school. I have something I would like to show you. Chiruaya was a little bit confused by her tone of voice, but she didn't want to mention it in case she might offend her. Sure, okay. Strange place to wanna show me something, but yeah, let's go. Excellent, Hiruhi responded as the girls headed out of the school. Once they arrived at the back of the school, Chiruaya was beginning to get curious to what it was Hiruhi wanted to show her. Okay then, Harunayan, what's the super special thing you wanna show me? Hiruhi then reached out to her school skirt pocket to reveal what was Mariano's music box. She opened it up and showed it in front of Chiruaya, as the music began to play. Hey, there, that's pretty interesting. Where did you get the music's powers? Had now taken effect on Chiruaya. Her eyes went lifeless and her arms dangled downwards, as she could not resist the music. Mariano then began to speak through Hiruhi again. This time the words that came out of her mouth sounded like something Mariano himself would say. You, Chiruaya, are now my obedient puppet to control. You shall now follow Hiruhi Suzumiya to where I, Mariano, am located. The music came to a stop and Hiruhi closed the box, putting it back in her pocket. She began to walk on ahead, as the now mind-controlled Chiruaya followed her. The girls had now reached the town, as they were getting closer to Mariano's hideout. Up ahead, Kyan's friends Tanigachi and Kunikado were running as fast as they could. They were late for school and were arguing at each other. I should have just left you behind, you jerk. Now we're both gonna get punished. Oversleeping is not cool. Nikita said. You didn't have to wait there for me, you know, Taniguchi replied, trying to catch his breath. You promised me you'd be up early to make plans for the cultural festival before class. Bet you were watching movies all night again. I did not. I went to bed at 3 a.m. Taniguchi replied, realizing what he said wasn't helping the situation. Nikita sighed as they both continued to run. Just then they passed by Haruhi and Shiruya, who were still walking towards the hideout. The boys dashed by so fast that they didn't notice at first who they were. Nikita then stopped, as he just realized who they were. Hey, stop a sec. It's Suzumiya and Shiruya over there, he said, as Taniguchi stopped to wait. What he said, as he looked back to notice them. Suzumiya hasn't been in school the past few days. What's she doing over there dressed in her school clothes with Shiruya walking away from the path to school? I dunno. Hey, come on, you're gonna make us late, Taniguchi said, not really concerned with Haruhi. He ran on ahead, as Nikita soon followed. He continued to wonder why the girls were walking away from school. The girls had finally arrived at Mariano's theater. The cloaked madman walked on over to the girls. Congratulations, Haruhi, you've been an excellent puppet indeed. Go on over to the table over there and take the costume on there to get ready for the show. Mikuru is already dressed and strung up on stage having a dance to herself, he instructed Haruhi, as she did what her master commanded. Mikuru was dressed up in a French-style dress colored red with puffy sleeves. She had long black arm gloves on her arms and wore black leather ankle boots on her feet. Her marionette harness was set on autopilot, which was making her do a stiff-looking can dance. Mariano then looked on over at the lifeless Shiruya standing still. Welcome, Shiruya, my newest puppet for the collection. We have been expecting you here for a while now. It is wonderful to welcome you into the family. He took Shiruya's hand as they walked on over to the stage to watch Mikuru. Here we have the greatest puppet show of all time. As you are the newest one of my puppets, you get to perform on stage with your fellow marionettes. It shall be wonderful. Later on, Mariano was at Haruhi and Mikuru's controls, making them do a can dance. Shiruya was sat in a chair with restraints locking her hands and ankles in front of the stage made to watch the girls dance. Shiruya stared towards the girls lifelessly, never once blinking or moving at all. Mariano brought the dance to a close, as he walked over to Shiruya. Bravo, that was a wonderful dance, my puppets. Next up will be Mikuru and Shiruya. He took off Haruhi and Mikuru's string straps and commanded Haruhi to change into more casual clothes, whilst he told Mikuru to change into the outfit he handed over to her. As the girls walked to the changing room, he looked at Shiruya. You're up next, my newest puppet. Go and put this outfit on and come back to the stage. When you are ready, he handed some clothes to Shiruya, as she walked to the changing room. Soon the next part of the show was underway. Haruhi was strapped down to the chair with restraints whilst Mariano controlled Shiruya and Mikuru. Shiruya and Mikuru were dressed up as cheerleaders with pom-poms strapped to their hands. Mariano made them shake their arms and raise their legs up and down in a rhythm. Occasionally he would make Shiruya bash Mikuru on the head with a pom-pom. Shiruya, you fit in wonderfully as one of my puppets. The next few acts are going to be fantastic, he called out whilst manipulating the girls. Meanwhile, back at North High, the first lesson was already over and Taniguchi and Nikita had only just arrived. They were told off by the teacher but were too exhausted to care. Kyan had grown seriously concerned about why Haruhi never came to class after seeing her. He wanted to go and find her, until Kunikata came up to him. Kyan, you know anything about why Suzumiya and Chiruya were in town not long ago walking away from the school path? Wait, what? I didn't know about this. I know Haruhi said she needed to find her, but why would they be in town? Something's really fishy here. Kyan immediately headed out of the classroom and left the school. This is seriously beginning to get weird. I'll just look for Haruhi myself. Kyan rushed as fast as he could down the hill to go to town. W.A. Acco the Jester Chapter 1. Located in West England is a school dedicated to teaching young witches the art of magic known as Lunanova Magical Academy. The school was founded in the 15th century by the Grade 9 Old Witches, which has a history of 1600 years. Lunanova originally only accepted witches from magical families, but eventually, it also accepted witches without magical inheritance due to economic difficulties. One of the students attending in this present day is Atsuko Kaguri, or Akko for short, an excitable and optimistic 16-year-old girl from Japan. She has no magical inheritance herself but has dreamed of becoming a witch anyway after seeing her idol, Shining Chariot, perform a magic show one night when she was little. She got accepted into Lunanova years later, which, after an eventual first day, has loved since. Even if she lacked any magic and often caused trouble for herself and others, she had the strong heart and never gave up despite the frustrations she had to deal with on this particular day. She and her two friends whom she shared a room with, Lottie Jansen, a girl from Finland, and Susie Manbavaran, a girl from Southeast Asia, were walking around the town known as Glastonbury, after a busy school day aiming to buy equipment for future lessons. Lottie was a calm and kind-hearted person who could be quite timid and shy at times. She would often try to be the voice of reason when things would ever get hairy. Susie, however, was the total opposite. She was calm but also rather sarcastic a lot of the time and sometimes sadistic. She'd be indifferent in various situations that would drive others mad, showing her to be the calmest of this group. But the three of them all remained good friends despite their differences. All we need now are a few bits of stationery and we should be all done, Lottie said, seeing that Akko and Susie just wanted to be done already and have fun at last. Akko replied with a tired yawn, as boring as this has been, I suppose getting all of this done now means we have more time to do what we want. You two can do whatever around here, said Susie, but I'm heading back to our room after this. My mushrooms are calling to me. Well, that's fine. Don't stick around, if you'd rather not. What are you gonna do, Akko? Lottie asked, wondering if she should stick around with her. If Susie was leaving shortly, probably just browse a little. See what catches my attention, she replied casually, not looking so tired anymore, now that she could do what she wanted. I have some spare money left and I don't feel ready to return yet. Then I'll leave first once this is over, Susie announced. Akko was still unable to fly on a broom and thus had to ride on Lottie's whilst she flew for them. Susie wouldn't want to have to wait for Akko to be done. The more she thought about wanting to get back to potion making. You don't want to window shop with us? Akko asked, turning around to face her. I'm not so sure if I want to either, Lottie said nervously. I'd like to continue with the current chapter of Nightfall I am reading, as there's some time to do so this evening and I'm near the end of it. I'm sorry, Akko. I shouldn't have said that out loud. It's okay, she replied back with a smile. I'll be as quick as I can. Once we finish getting the rest of the stationery we need, we could always meet up at a designated spot and head back to the dorm right after. Would 15 minutes be okay? Is that enough time for you to window shop? Lottie asked with doubt. The Atto would be back on time, not a problem for me. When I have you two waiting for me on my mind, then I suppose I wouldn't mind that. But I could always wait a little longer for you, if I like. I'm just acting impatient at school. I know, that book series means a lot to you, thanks, Akko. Lottie said, still feeling somewhat rude for saying what she said. Guess I'll wait then too, Susie said with her causally dry tone. Might as well, if you plan to be quick, thanks. Guys, Akko said with a bigger smile, I know I can be a liability with not being able to fly on and broom and all, so I promise to be as quick as I can. You aren't a liability at all, Lottie said, trying to make Akko feel good about herself. Don't worry about it, I'll keep trying my best to make sure that won't ever happen. With her optimism still in check, Akko continued her walk. Others to get their final supplies before eventually splitting off. Not wanting to go against her time limit, she soon dashed on in somewhat of a hurry by power walking across the town. Having passed by the regular places around town, Akko found herself not entering one store so far, as she continued to think about what to spend her money on. Despite some of the nice things on display in store windows, nothing had yet enticed her to walk into any of them yet. Perhaps she thought it was constantly reminding herself not to take too long for the sake of her friends. Maybe I'll just buy a chocolate bar or something. I'm kind of hungry. Walking into a candy store, she browsed for anything small she could purchase for herself and the others as a way of thanking them for waiting for her. Just as she was about to pick up something, she noticed a clock on the wall in the corner of her eye. Realizing she had no watch on her to check on the time, she gasped upon realizing that the time was 2 minutes away from the meet-up time to get back to the others. Oh, she cried, dropping the chocolate bar. I better get back. Forget the chocolate. Akko darted out of the store and, without realizing it, left in the opposite direction. She walked down, thinking she was going the right way. Turning to her left and stopping by a quiet part of the street to figure out where she was, a figure covered in a purple cloak that covered the face was watching her run. Upon closer inspection of Akko, the figure smiled and called out to her. Are you lost? Asked the young-sounding female voice. Akko turned to face this cloaked person and questioned her appearance. What's up with that person? You seem to be looking back and forth there. Are you in need of any directions? Well, Akko felt somewhat nervous about talking back to someone who would hide their appearance. I can help you, if you like. There's a shortcut through this little store of mine that's you're from Luna Nova, correct? The figure asked, which got Akko's attention. You know about it? She asked curiously. Yet Who doesn't around these parts? All the things I've heard about it sound really fascinating. Echo was surprised to hear anyone from around these parts praise the school. The reputation of witches from the general public was mostly negative, which always rubbed her the wrong way. She wanted to someday change that and show people just how great witches were, just like Shiny Chariot. Oh, it is, Echo said, raising her voice with an injection of enthusiasm. Becoming a witch is something I've dreamed of ever since I saw Shiny Chariot's show. I want to do my best and make everyone happy, no matter how much I struggle with not having a magical background. If I believe hard enough, I'll get there. Like Shiny Chariot said, a believing heart is your magic. That's a good goal to have, the hooded lady agreed. You say that you lack any magical background. Yes. Well, yet I do, she said, trying not to get too down about it. I struggle a lot in class to get any magic right, yet you still wanted to join Luna Nova anyway, the figure asked, growing more fascinated with this girl. Of course I did. So what, if I struggle with magic? That won't stop me from making my dream come true. I admire that, the figure smiled under her hood. Always good to have a positive outlook. What's your name? Etsuko Kaguri, she replied in a friendly manner, but you can just call me Echo. A pleasure to meet you, Echo. If you don't mind me asking, Echo said, wanting to address something. Since the conversation started, is there a reason you wear a cloak? Oh, this, the figure said, it's just that I feel more comfortable with it. It was passed down in the family and I always keep it with me. I see, Echo replied, who was now starting to feel a bit more comfortable around her. So can you pull off any magic spells effectively yet? Asked the cloaked figure. It's okay if you can't, considering your background. Well, I'm working on one really hard every day, which is the transformation spell, Echo explained, thinking back on all her training sessions at night. My magic astrology teacher, Ursula Callistus. Out with it. She's super with it. Helping me out with it. She's super nice and supportive of me. This immediately caught the cloaked figure's attention, as Echo continued to talk about the kind of animals she could turn herself into. So far, she waited for Echo to finish talking and quickly changed the subject. May I show you something before you go? The figure asked, looking towards a quiet little store that looked to have seen better days. I think I may have something to help you. Something to help me? Wait, she thought about everything she had explained earlier and something came to mind. Follow me, the figure said, walking on ahead. Echo had long forgotten about getting back to the others at this point, as she simply had to see what this person was talking about. As she followed her inside, all that echoed in her mind was, is she able to help me with my magic? The inside of the store looked far more run down than the outside. The shelves had practically nothing on them rather than a few worn-out books and a shocking amount of dust. A table with a cashier was placed near the door leading to the stock room. Nothing else was to be seen, which gave Ako a somewhat sad impression of the place. "This store seems empty," the cloaked lady asked. "Well, yes, it's not had anything in a long time, yet you still come in here. It's special to me. It may get lonely here sometimes and nobody ever comes in, but it feels homey, you know." "I see. So what was this thing you wanted to show me?" she asked, cutting to the chase. "It's just under here," the hooded figure said, arriving at the front desk and opening up the drawer on the right side. Ako stood by the customer side of the cashier and watched as the figure brought out what looked to be a red and yellow colored ring. It was a rather fancy-looking item that looked like it could go for a lot of cash, if sold as Ako, the hooded figure said with a confident tone. "This will bring you good luck." "A good luck ring?" Ako questioned, now thinking this was one of those typical items people would sell that didn't really do anything. "One to help those such as yourself. This is just what you need to give you the luck you've always deserved." "The luck I've always deserved?" Echoes of the countless times Ako had failed in class, been the cause of trouble in classes, being brought down by one of the school's best students, Diana Cavendish. All of those feelings came piling up. She'd always tell herself to never give up despite the hurdles in her life. But right now that wasn't the prime focus, as the emotions of her failures all piling up made her come to a quick decision. "This could really work?" Ako asked, as her eyes were beginning to light up with excitement. "I've no doubt about it," the hooded figure replied. "Why don't you try it on?" Offering the ring to the excitable girl, Ako immediately put it through her right index finger, which fit like a charm. She gazed upon the ring and smiled happily, feeling that suited her well. "I love it," she exclaimed joyfully. "I'll gladly pay for this. I wasn't getting anywhere with browsing for stuff, but I think I finally found something worth the trip. So how much would you take for it?" "Nothing," the figure said, smiling through her cloak. More so than before, from the house without warning, she took out what seemed to be a wand and positioned it towards Ako in a flash. White swirls headed towards Ako's point of view and passed by her head, freezing the girl on the spot and staring towards the figure. Ako's eyes began to feel heavy and her body weak, as she collapsed down on her knees before landing face first on the floor, now fast asleep. The cloaked girl walked up towards her proudly as her accomplishment, as the ring started to fade away on Ako's finger and leaving behind a glow that covered her body before fading out completely. "Out like the light," she said with a cheerful tone. "The ring is placed and the amnesia spell should wipe out the memories of our encounter. Glad the magic battery in my wand still had some juice left after all this time." She picked Ako off the floor and carried her out of the empty store. If anyone was watching, which to her luck wasn't the case. She placed Ako on the ground away from the store and headed back in to go through the stock room, where there was a secret panel on the floor that leads to an underground exit. "I hope Luna Nova is ready for the antics that'll ensue," the figure said excitedly with a giggle as she walked. "Make me proud, Ako. Show the school what you'll soon be made of." A few minutes later, Ako eventually started to awaken, as her eyes slowly gained vision. A few moments after getting her bearings, she realized she was lying on the ground with drool on her mouth from sleeping. She wondered, as she picked herself up, "What am I doing here? I don't remember stopping for a nap, and not in the middle of the street anyway." She looked around to figure out what was going on, until something important. "Oh crap," she cried out loud. "Lottie and Susie, how long have I been out like this? I got to get back fast." She darted off in the opposite direction from the cloaked figure's store as quickly as she could reunite with them. If they had already left to return to the school, she'd be without a ride home, and she was not willing to go through waiting for a taxi. It wouldn't take her long to get back though, as from the second she turned the corner to where a nearby bench was, she collided into Lottie, who had been looking around for her. They both fell to the ground and were soon rubbing their foreheads from the impact. "I'll watch where you're going," Echo said, not knowing who she'd bumped into yet. "I'm not in the mood for getting amnesia. It's me," Lottie said with a groan which shocked Echo immediately. "Oh my gosh, Lottie," she cried with worry. "I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" "I'll be alright," she replied, getting back up on her feet thanks to Echo lending her hand to her. "At least I found you. You were gone for a while and I was getting worried." "Sorry about that," Echo said, feeling bad, "but I'm not even sure why I'm this late." "What do you mean?" "It's the weirdest thing. I was on my way back to meet up with you and Susie after realizing the time, and I jogged it, but then the next thing I know, I wake up lying on the ground you were." "How odd. Are you feeling ill or anything?" "I don't think so," Echo replied, putting her hand against her forehead. "If I were feeling under the weather then I would have known about it. I suppose I have been feeling pretty tired though from how busy school work has been. Classes have been busier than usual this week and you've been training with Professor Ursula, so maybe it's just all caught up with you." "Maybe?" Echo didn't know what to think at this point. "Anyway, we should get back to our dorm. I take it Susie's already gone?" "Yeah," she got a little impatient. "Hopefully, she's not too annoyed now. I just feel bad." Echo sighed with her head down. "I'm sure you had the intention of meeting up on time," Lottie said, trying to make her feel a little better. "She'll understand with Susie, who knows? I'm sure it'll be fine." "Come on then, Echo. I'll get us back." Echo was glad to have a friend like Lottie. She'd get herself and her friends into trouble more times than necessary and sometimes irritate them, but Lottie never gave up on Echo despite all of that. Not a lot of students had the patience to put up with Echo, so Lottie was one of few who could. Hopping onto the back of Lottie's broom, the two flew off back to Luna Nova, feeling hungry on the way. Both were hoping tonight's dinner would be one to fill their stomachs. But throughout the ride home, Echo continued to question to herself deep down what could have caused her to conk out on the street. "Weird," Susie said sometime after Echo and Lottie had returned and explained what happened after much apologizing from Echo, to which Susie's response was as deadpan as usual. "Considering that you often sleep in class, that doesn't sound too unusual at all. I wouldn't do that out in the street, though," Echo replied. "As I said, maybe you're just exhausted from the amount of work we've been doing lately." Followed. "If that's the case then just about everybody else should be tired," Susie said. "I've been fine." "What about you, Lottie?" Echo asked, hoping she wasn't alone on this. "Mentally drained maybe, but not tired at all. But someone else in our classes might have been tired too. They all looked fine to me," Susie said, as she continued to work on her potions at the desk. "This is really starting to bother me," Echo whined. "Well, the important thing is that you're okay and still here," Lottie said. "Perhaps you did just get tired without realizing it. All this thinking is doing that for me." Echo planted her face on her bed pillow, looking grumpy. "Why don't we just forget about it for now and go and grab some dinner shortly?" Lottie suggested. Perhaps having an early night tonight may help. No arguments here, Susie said, which alerted Echo immediately. What does that mean? She asked with an irritated look on her face. Let's just go and get our dinner now, Lottie said nervously, hoping to avoid any potential arguments. She left the room first, with Echo following behind soon after, looking back at Susie annoyingly. The two would often get into little arguments from time to time, but despite that, they remained friends regardless. Echo drifted off an hour or so after dinner, snoring away within the first 10 minutes of sleep. As she slept, Lottie walked on over to Susie and talked with her quietly. I'm a little concerned about Echo. Maybe it's best we keep an eye on her tomorrow just in case. I don't think there's a lot to worry about, Susie responded. It's probably nothing more than her just snoozing off, but from how she described it, it must have happened in an instant. What if something else happened during the time she was sleeping? To Echo it would be instant, but who knows how long it went on for and the reasoning for it. Fine, Susie agreed. It's probably nothing, but I'll keep watch too. Thank you, Susie. Lottie smiled. I just hope she's alright. As the hours passed and all three girls were fast asleep in their beds, faint sounds of jingling could be heard in the room. The source of the noise wasn't in sight yet, but it wouldn't be the only thing to happen as the night continued. Chapter 2, making her unexpected entrance. The sound of snoring was the first thing heard by Lottie the next morning, which was always but a pleasant noise to be woken up to, she'd think sarcastically. Rubbing her eyes and equipping her glasses, she noticed that snoring wasn't the only thing to be heard. Faint jingling noises could be heard every few seconds too, which seemed to be coming from below her bed. Lottie turned to find Susie already up and dressed and was looking towards her. I think I've found the solution to why Echo must have passed out on the street yesterday, she said with the usual half-open-eyed look on her face. You have? Then that noise must be coming from. She has to be a sleepwalker. Wondering what she meant, Lottie looked down at Echo's bed to find her still fast asleep. But that wasn't what made her stop and question what she was looking at. Echo wasn't in her pajamas, as she normally would be. Instead, she appeared to be wearing what seemed to be a jester's motley. A hat with a white zigzag pattern for the bottom with red and yellow colors for the dangling sleeves sat on her head perfectly. Below a white zigzag-shaped neckpiece was a dress with red and yellow colors which had splits near the lower half and white showing at the bottom of it, and puffy sleeves with one red and the other yellow, followed by white zigzag flaps below them. On her arms were elbow-length arm gloves, both the same red and yellow color scheme as the rest of the outfit, followed up by knee-length boots that curled at the tips, one boot red and the other yellow with white zigzag-shaped flaps at the top. Many jingling bells were all around the outfit, from the dangling sleeves of the hat, the tips of the zigzag-shaped neckpiece, sleeves and boots, the splits of her dress, and lately the tips of her boots. Lottie was a little lost for words and raised an eyebrow. She put on her glasses, climbed down from her bed and stood up staring down at Echo, still in total confusion. Where did this come from? Did she use the clothes transformation spell on herself somehow? Doubtful. She's never tried that one yet, Susie followed. Unless she brought something from the costume shop yesterday, but she had nothing on her when I found her. Unless she used an object transformation spell to shrink the outfit into her pocket or something. But she's nowhere close to nailing that spell. Well, I'm stumped, Susie said, as she turned around. I'm heading off to the cafeteria. Breakfast is calling, don't you want to wait for us first? Akko could wake up at any moment with snoring like that, she'll be a while. You may as well come along, you go on ahead, Lottie said, turning her eye contact towards Susie. I'm gonna stay and keep a check on Akko. I'm a little bit concerned about this, sure. Feel free to fill me in if you find out anything, got it, Lottie nodded as Susie left the room. Turning back to look at Akko, she sat down at her desk and waited. It took some time for Akko to finally awaken, much to the mercy of Lottie's ears from having to hear her snoring. Breakfast had already passed and her stomach was growling, but she'd said to herself that Akko was more important than that. Akko stretched her arms and legs, causing the bells on her outfit to jingle, something she wasn't aware of just yet. Good morning, world, she said in a woozy voice, as she turned to notice Lottie watching her. Oh, morning, Lottie, she smiled, rubbing her right hand against her face. Did you sleep this time? She noticed the jingling as well as the yellow arm glove. What's this? That's the question I want to know, Lottie said, as Akko examined her clothing fully, with an appropriate jump of shock, as she banged her bed on Lottie's bed from above. Careful. Lottie cried, are you okay? What is going on here? She cried, rubbing her head after the impact. Whose idea was it to pull this prank during the night? Well, it wasn't Susie or me. I'd never pull this kind of prank on you, and I doubt she would either. The nerve of whoever's behind this, Akko said. Rather angry and getting out her wand. I'm not the fool of the school. She aimed her wand upwards, ready to perform a spell, only to stay in that pose and not budge. It took 5 seconds of motionless silence for Lottie to speak. I don't think you know any clothes transformation spells. If I know what you're trying to do yet, Akko admitted, finally moving again. I can do it for you, she offered, as she got her wand out. Thanks, Lottie. Akko sighed with relief. I don't know what I'd do without you. No problem. She pointed her wand towards Akko and chanted the words Metamorphosis, the spell that could transform the user or another's clothes into anything of their desire. In the puff of smoke, Lottie waited to see if the spell did its job, but to her surprise, when the smoke cleared, Akko's jester attire still remained. What the hell? Are you messing with me? Akko asked in confused annoyance. No, not at all. I don't understand why nothing happened. Lottie panicked nervously. Maybe I didn't perform it correctly. Let me try again. She did so with the panic of Akko's reaction in her mind almost breaking her concentration. The results were the same. Nothing had happened, which now caused Akko to panic a little. How about I try a spell on myself? She shivered as she tried to focus on something, raising her wand, once an idea came to her. Metamorphosis, yes, she called out, which was the transformation spell Akko had been practicing with Professor Ursula. This time, though, was worse, as not even any magic was being produced from the wand. As Akko began to panic further, she tried other spells on herself, which all still did nothing. This can't be, she said, feeling defeated. What am I doing wrong? Worried for her friend, Lottie tried more spells as well, all with the same results. It's like you've become magic-proof, Lottie said, feeling at a standstill. Now I'm starting to think something really did happen to you out yesterday. But what? What would cause such a thing? Akko asked angrily, as she attempted to remove the jester outfit by pulling at her arm gloves. Things only got worse from there, as it seemed that now she couldn't take it off. She pulled with all her might, as Lottie watched in surprise. Come on, Akko strained to the point of biting the top of the right glove with her teeth. only resulting in them digging into her skin and causing pain. This is getting really weird, Lottie said, almost thunderstruck. Try taking off the hat. Following her suggestion, Akko grabbed at the sleeves and pulled upwards to attempt removing it, resulting in the same outcome. The entire outfit couldn't be removed and seemed indestructible from how much Akko tried to tear the thing off. She collapsed to the floor with a loud jingle of her bells from pulling the hat sleeves from behind her head. She was lying down for several seconds, all out of options on what to do. I can't do it, Akko said with a face of defeat. Now what am I gonna do? Relax, Akko, Lottie responded, trying to stay calm for her sake. I'm sure we can figure this out. How though? None of our magic works on me and this ridiculous costume isn't coming off. How am I supposed to go to classes looking like, oh no, she cried out loud, looking at the clock. Classes in 5 minutes, oh no. You're right, Lottie followed, realizing she hadn't changed out of her pajamas yet. We have to hurry and get going. I can't go to class looking like this, Akko panicked. Everyone's gonna laugh at me more than they already do, and I don't need to give them a bigger reason to do so. Not if we explain to the teachers what's going on. I'm sure they'll understand when they see for themselves, but the first lesson is with Professor Finnelan. Akko panicked, referring to the magic linguistics teacher whose other role was the faculty member in charge of student guidance. I don't want to get in detention for the umpteenth time. This time it's not my fault, as I said. If we explain what's happening, then she'll understand, Lottie told her, even though she too felt that Professor Finnelan would just see this as Akko not respecting school dress code. Besides, she thinks I have no value as a witch, and Finnelan was a serious woman who demanded respect and discipline from the students and favored skilled ones like Diana, which only made things harder for Akko, as Diana would tend to get under her skin for being treated as a joke to the school. Now that feeling would only be worse due to being trapped in this outfit. I'll be right with you, Lottie promised, placing her hand on Akko's shoulder. If she doesn't believe you, then I'll step in once again. Akko felt incredibly lucky to have Lottie as a friend. She sighed once more and gave a faint smile. Thank you, she said, keeping the response short and sweet, knowing that Lottie had to get dressed quickly. She turned to let Lottie dress whilst looking at her poster of Shiny Chariot, wondering what she would do if in a similar situation. Akko checked outside the bedroom door to see if any students were passing by heading to class, to which there were, as she hid away from their sight in case they were to take a look. Several of them thought they heard some jingling noises close by, but didn't give it much thought as they carried on. Lottie knew what Akko was trying to do, so she got in front of her and left the room, turning her head back to face Akko. I don't see anyone left, she whispered. If you want, then you can come on out. Maybe it's too early to do so. Akko smiled nervously with her eyes closed. You go on ahead and I'll catch up. We can't be late, Akko. I promise I'll be right with you, but then everyone will keep staring. Look at me, I'm dressed to be someone who is supposed to be laughed at. I get enough of that for just being myself and not in a positive way. Then we'll both explain what's going on, if anyone asks. Come on, let's go. Once confident enough, Akko followed behind Lottie at a somewhat slow pace due to the bells on her outfit constantly jingling. With no way to remove them, her presence was bound to be heard by someone, which had her on edge as she walked down the hallway. Akko suddenly felt itchy on her back and groaned, as she stopped in her tracks. "Why now?" she said, as she carefully moved her right arm to reach for the itchy area. "I wanna scratch it so bad. Shall I do it for you?" Lottie asked, who had noticed whoever does it, these bells will go off, she replied, scratching her gloved fingers across her back as carefully as possible, making the bells jingle louder. Just thinking of the very word, itch, caused more areas of her body to need scratching, being her arms and legs. She clenched her teeth in frustration as the itching continued and the stress of the bells giving her away. "Try and stay calm, Akko," Lottie said quietly. "You're probably not as itchy as you may think." "Don't say that word," Akko responded back in a panic, as she felt worse. She began to feel flustered as she scratched faster and faster. Her eyes were closed tight and she was straining the further she scratched, not noticing that her left leg somehow stepped on the curl tip of her right yellow-colored boot. Moving forward at the same time, she lost balance and collapsed onto the floor, causing the bells to jingle loudly all at once from the fall. Lottie gasped and reached her hand out towards Akko for her to pick her back up with. The frustrated girl got back up on her feet and realized the noise she had made, stuck in a pause of not knowing what to do now. "Stupid boots," Akko cried out crossly, stomping her left foot down in repetition. "Stupid bells." Hugwash with the jet blaffed someone from behind her, which froze Akko in a fright. She quickly turned around to notice Barbara Parker, who was with Hannah England, two students who were loyal friends and assistants of Diana. The two of them had similar mocking behaviors towards Akko and her friends, especially Akko due to her incompetence in magic and her academic level in the school. Being brought down by them weekly was something Akko couldn't stand, and being in her current situation was only going to feed them with opportunities to make her feel worse. "So you finally accepted that you're nothing but a joke to Luna Nova," Hannah commented on her attire. "What took you so long?" Akko replied back angrily, "I didn't want to be in this situation. Made a bet with someone and lost it?" Barbara asked with a sly, bullish smile. "Of course you'd lose it. I'd say this actually suits you well." Hannah chuckled in an antagonizing manner. "It really does." "Scream you, knock it off," Lottie said, getting in front of Akko. "Something's happened to her and there seems to be no way of finding out what it is yet. I can answer it for you," Barbara said. "Akko is nothing more but this school's clown and she secretly has accepted it." "No, I haven't." "Shut up," Akko cried angrily. It was enough to be in this silly outfit, but being called the school's clown had insulted her greatly. "You try being stuck in this and see how I feel." "No thanks. We prefer a dress code that shows we take things seriously," Hannah replied in a mocking tone. "We'll be on our way now. I'm sure you'll need time to come up with some jokes, if you're even capable of making any good ones." Barbara chuckled alongside Hannah, as they set off past Akko and Lottie to head for class. The frustrated Akko suddenly realized that them going on ahead could mean them telling Professor Finilan, which caused her to panic. "Hold up," she cried, running on ahead, only to then step on the same curved boot tip again and fall. The sound of Hannah and Barbara laughing getting fainter only frustrated Akko more, as she got herself back up and attempted to chase after them again. More students were beginning to appear from far behind her, all noticing Akko's jet and questioning to themselves what was going on. Lottie looked back quickly, sighed, then turned to catch up with Akko in the hopes of getting her to calm down. "Don't let them get under your skin," she said, placing her hand on Akko's shoulder, which caused her to stop. "You're only going to make things worse for yourself, and let them go on ahead to tell the teacher." No way, she said somewhat anxiously. I'm not the school's clown. That comment's really hurt you, hasn't it? Kinja Ako didn't want to fully admit it, but her silence was all the evidence Lottie needed to get the truth. We're almost at class now, so let's just carry on and explain what's happened. No need. Ako sighed. No doubt those guys would have told Professor Finnelan by now. Ako walked on forward, her head looking at the ground and arms dangling down with a look of defeat as she approached the door. Other students from behind Lottie kept staring towards Ako and wondered what was going on. The second Ako walked into magic linguistics class, she noticed Susie was already at her desk, as well as Hannah and Barbara others, who both looked down at Ako for a brief second before she noticed. They eagerly awaited how the teacher would react to Ako's attire, with smiles on their faces. Professor Finnelan was at her desk watching everybody walk in and greeting them, and as to be expected, she took a look at Ako, still looking down at the ground, feeling completely embarrassed, and immediately a reaction came out. Miss Kaguri, she said in confusion, standing up from her seat. Just what on earth are you wearing? Wait, did Hannah and Barbara not tell her? Ako wondered, as she raised her head up slightly. Miss Kaguri Finnelan asked again, raising her voice a little up. Answer me, young lady. Why aren't you in the proper dress code? I can explain. Go on then. You see, Ako paused, as she caught from the corner of her eye that everyone currently in the class continued to stare, including Diana, giving her that familiar look of disgust that she was more than used to. Lottie decided to step in, as she watched Ako struggle to break through her nerves. She woke up in this, Professor, she said. She can't get it off no matter how hard we try. That's right, Ako followed now with more confidence in her voice. It's stuck on tight. She pulled the sleeves on her hat hard to show she wasn't messing about, resulting in her falling over on her back, causing some of the other students to giggle, including Hannah and Barbara. I don't have time to deal with your foolish antics, said with her arms crossed, not looking convinced at all. But I'm not fooling around, I swear, says the fool, called Hannah from her desk, resulting in her and Barbara chuckling more. Ako, already tired of them mocking her again, looked directly at them angrily. Back off, she called to them. Fools are supposed to make us laugh, not threaten their audience. Barbara responded slyly. Shut up, we will. We're just waiting for a joke to come out of your mouth. Okay, that's it. Ako stomped up towards their desk with rage, as Lottie attempted to follow her in a panic. As Ako approached the girls, Hannah stuck her foot out to trip Ako over on the floor, something she had experienced from them in the past, as they laughed away. Well, you got the physical comedy down. Barbara laughed. But you couldn't have done that on your own. Ako got up and yelled out, as she grabbed Hannah and Barbara and pinned them down to the floor, resulting in all three of the girls fighting. Enough, called out Professor Finnelan angrily, but her words didn't reach them as the fighting continued. Already growing tired of watching it, Diana stood up and got out her wand to perform a spell to stop the fighting. With a wave of it, she cast out a magical barrier spell around the three girls to protect them from more physical contact. That was except for Ako, as the spell didn't work on her. Hannah and Barbara looked up at Diana with much relief. Thanks, Diana, Hannah said with a relieved smile. Ako has no control over her temper. What would this school do without you? Barbara followed, but Diana gave them a look of disappointment. Ako was her main focus, as she continued to ponder why her spell didn't work on her. All three of you to the headmistress' office, now, Professor Finnelan said angrily, as she pointed her finger towards the door. This instant Hannah and Barbara weren't so happy now, as they looked at Akko annoyingly before heading down the stairs with Akko, feeling defeated, walking close behind them. Lottie watched with worry, as her friend left the room whilst Susie, who also watched, was wondering just what was going on with her fellow roommate. With the girls out of the room, the rest of the students sat at their desks except for Diana, as they conversed about what happened, mostly feeling that this was nothing new, as Akko's antics did make the most noise. "Everyone please be silent," Finland instructed. "The lesson is about to commence." "What happened has happened, so let's focus." "Actually, Professor," Diana said, standing up from her desk, "I hate to ask, but may I be excused for a moment?" "For what reason?" "Forgive me, but I seem to have forgotten the appropriate books for the class. May I quickly go back to my dorm room and collect them?" "That's rather unlike you to be unprepared," Finnelan responded surprisingly. "I would usually expect you to be on the mark, but I suppose one can always make mistakes." "I'll let you do so, but I do not expect this to happen again." "It won't." "Thank you and apologies," she said before leaving the room. With Finnelan believing her bluff, Diana took off in the opposite direction to head towards Miranda Holbrook's office, Luna Nova's 44th headmistress. Her spell not working on Akko had been bothering her since she stopped the fight, and she simply had to find out any traces of information, no matter how small. "I am rather disappointed in you all," Holbrook said, having been told the whole situation. "I do not expect fighting to be going on in class from any of you." "She started it, though," Hannah said, putting on a distressed voice which instantly triggered Akko again. "She and Barbara insulted me over and over again," Akko argued, pointing toward them, "none of which should have happened at all." Holbrook said in her calm tone, "I hope you realize this will mean detention for all three of you." "But that's not fair," Barbara cried out in annoyance. "Akko causes more trouble than anyone else here. That dumb outfit of hers couldn't be more befitting of such a disgrace. Do you want your detention to be extended?" Holbrook asked, which stopped Barbara immediately. "No," she sighed, "then do not throw any more insults, thank you. You are to return to your class and come back here for your detention afterwards. Failure to show up on time will result in it being extended." "Yes, Mrs. Holbrook," replied disappointingly. "As for you, Miss Caggery," she said, as Hannah and Barbara took their leave, "stay here with me for a moment." "Why?" she asked nervously. Hannah and Barbara closed the door behind them, smiling as soon as they couldn't be seen. "Maybe Akko's gonna get in bigger trouble." Hannah smiled. "Attacking students will no doubt be a bigger price to pay," Barbara chuckled, as they walked away, quickly followed up by anger. "She still got us in detention," though unbeknownst to them, as they left, was a tiny creature keeping itself hidden from them and everyone else, as it snuck through the open door of the office. A small chameleon with a face looking somewhat similar to Diana's was sticking to the wall, blending its colors with the surrounding environment and keeping out of sight. It kept its visual focus on Akko and the headmistress, wanting to learn more of what was being said. "You mentioned something about this outfit of yours being stuck on you," Holbrook said. "Show me an example, if you could, please." "Oh yeah," Akko replied with a small glimpse of hope. If the headmistress could see the truth, the word may spread to others who didn't believe her, she hoped. She pulled against her hat sleeves as tight as she could, followed by trying to remove the gloves and boots, to no success. "My magic doesn't work either, Mrs. Holbrook," she followed up by trying the transformation spell she'd been working on with Professor Ursula. She knew, though it would be hard to convince the headmistress with it. However, she hadn't fully perfected it at this point. "Well, I say," Holbrook said in surprise. "I don't think I've seen something like this before. Lottie tried her magic on me too, and that didn't work either. Please, could you try one on me to help prove my point?" Holbrook nodded immediately, as she stood up and performed the clothes transformation spell on her. She was shocked to discover that Akko was right. Nothing had happened. She tried other spells too, which lead to the same results. "See?" Akko said with a sad sigh. "I'm stuck like this. I suppose this calls for some investigation," Holbrook said, sitting back at her desk. "I'll inform Professor Ursula after first classes are finished and the rest of the staff." "Thank you," Akko smiled with relief. "This has been bothering me all morning. Everyone besides Lottie thought I've been messing around this whole time. I don't want this. At least now I can see why you're so frustrated. However, this doesn't mean you should have attacked Hannah and Barbara earlier. The best thing to do would have been to ignore them or report to the teacher that they were bullying you. I expect better from you, Akko." "I know," she sighed. "I'll try and make sure to not let it happen again." "I should hope so. I'll return to class with you and explain the situation to Professor Finnelan. You will still be required to return for detention afterwards, though." "Thank you so much," Akko said with a relieved smile, "and I'll accept my punishment." As Akko and Holbrook left the office, Diana, still in her chameleon transformation, followed closely behind them back to class. Never before had she snuck out of class like this, and deep down knew that it was possible for her to be sent to detention for taking so long to get her books. But for a situation such as this, she couldn't ignore it. Diana eventually diverted from them to find a place to hide and transform back to her normal self. Waiting for the headmistress to explain everything to Finnelan and leave, she returned back to class and explained she had them all along, resulting in avoiding any detention due to Finnelan's opinion of her as an inspiration to Luna Nova. As the class continued, though, she found it hard to focus, as not getting any answers to Akko's situation yet was constantly on her mind. 3. Assisted dancing. Word had slowly begun to spread around Luna Nova about Akko's current predicament from the students to the staff, and everyone had their own take on the matter. Some thought Akko was pulling a huge prank, whilst others were worried if they would be hit with this curse, as they called it. Akko wasn't used to being the talk of the school this much, and she wasn't exactly enjoying it either. She'd take any opportunity to get away from everybody minus her friends during breaks. She, Hannah and Barbara were sent to detention later on, after school hours were over, which involved doing cleanup around areas the New Moon Tower, something Akko was used to doing during past detentions. She said nothing to Hannah and Barbara, as the three girls worked, wanting to finish as quickly as possible so she could get away from them. Hannah and Barbara never spoke a word to anybody but each other throughout, occasionally grumbling about Akko behind her back. Akko retreated to the library after detention was over in the hopes that not many people would be in there studying. It seemed that only she and one other student in the far left were in there. She sat down at the desk and planted her head down with a deep sigh. "If I have to look at anybody else staring at me awkwardly today, I think I'm gonna lose the ability to give eye contact to anyone," she groaned, as she rested her left cheek against the table. With only the sounds of her bells jingling with any slight movement, The library seemed quiet. She felt somewhat comfortable and began to close her eyes slowly, wanting to get the day over with without caring if she was in her bed or not. It wouldn't be long, however, until someone came over to her. Akko asked a voice which would have been the final stretch for Akko were it not for who the voice belonged to. Professor Ursula, she asked, turning around feeling somewhat relieved. Ursula Callistus is the magic astrology teacher of Luna Nova, one of the youngest-looking teachers of the school, as well as a mentor for Akko. After her first encounter with Akko on a rather crazy first day, she'd be looking out for the young witch and tutoring her outside of school hours, as Akko struggled a lot with magic. "How are you doing?" Ursula asked with her always caring tone. "Today must have been rather rough for you, right?" "Rough feels too tame of a word, Professor," Akko replied, sulking again. "I feel so frustrated I can only imagine. But the school know what's going on now, so don't you worry. This state that you're in won't last long, I promise. I sure hope so." "I look so ridiculous and humiliating deep down," Ursula thought. Her jester outfit looked somewhat cute on her, but decided it was best to keep that to herself and focus on how it was making her feel. "This case is rather unknown to many of us, but we'll be trying all we can to figuring out what the problem is. You may have to wait for a little while, but nobody is going to ridicule you for it except for Hannah and Barbara." Akko sighed, thinking back on the comment they made about her. "Even after detention they probably still will keep calling me the clown of Luna Nova, but you know that you're not," Ursula assured her, "so don't let those comments get to you." "I'm trying not to, Professor, but with all the times I've screwed up before and how often they poke fun at me, being stuck in this costume really made it feel personal. I didn't mean to attack them, but I got so angry. Anger does make us do things we don't mean, as you know. You shouldn't have done it at all, but I can somewhat understand the frustration that leads you to it. Just know that violence will solve nothing. Always think before you act, okay? You're not a violent girl, and I know you aren't." Akko turned around to face Ursula after a moment of silence. She smiled a little, knowing that Ursula was always there for her no matter the situation. If there was anyone she felt she could talk to, it was her. "Thank you," she said with a small glimmer of hope. "Only ask if I could get in some practice for my transformation spell, but you already know not a problem. We could spend extra time working on it once we get you out of that costume to make up for any time we don't get." "Sounds good, Professor. But what can I do instead?" "Without getting any tutoring from you, I'm a little unsure of what to do with myself." "Well, I was planning on cleaning up my room before I relax for the rest of the night. You're more than welcome to come along and assist me, if you like. You won't have to worry about getting any looks from others. If you're still worried about that, I think I'll take you up on that offer." Akko agreed. Who would not usually want to do any more cleaning if she was made to do any in detention? Having not long finished cleaning earlier, she thought she might as well continue doing some more to keep her mind focused on something else. Doing it for Ursula sounded a lot more satisfying too. They both left the library and set off to do just that. After stopping by Akko's room to inform Susie and Lottie where she would be elsewhere, Hannah and Barbara were hanging around the courtyard alone, feeling that they couldn't face Diana yet after her disapproved look from the incident with Akko. They were taking the time to moan about detention and Akko in general. "I never want to get in detention again," Barbara grumbled, thinking about all the cleaning they did. Ako should have accepted her title and gone with it, but no, she had to lash out and we end up doing her dirty work. All this is probably some big trick set up by Ako, Hannah said, as the girls parked down on a nearby bench. Make everyone feel sorry for her, while we will start getting all the hate. It'll probably end up that way the more that everyone is told about Ako being in some kind of curse. She's totally faking it. The last thing I'd want is for that clown to get away with all this. She's been nothing but an eyesore ever since she came to this school and made little to no progress. Why do they insist on keeping her? Hannah asked herself frustratingly. Somebody's probably looking out for her, and my hunch is that it's Professor Ursula. She's usually with Ako more than any other student. Then maybe the staff need to open their eyes more. Ako's got no right trying to be a witch. Maybe, if she were to fully accept what she's better at, this her current case, being a fool, maybe she'd get the right idea and leave. The school would be so much better off. The girls thought about something for a while. If the staff had no intention of considering expelling Ako, then maybe, they thought, a little push might be what could make it possible. Perhaps it's about time somebody else tried to make the message clear, Hannah said with a smile. Someone who can see clearly what Ako is supposed to really be thinking, on the same wavelength? Hannah asked, looking towards her best friend. Yeah, I think I'm. Barbara nodded with confidence. Frustration towards Ako was at the forefront of their minds. It was about time, they thought, to plant the seeds towards Ako's future. As several days passed by, Ako tried and carried on school life normally despite the circumstances. It proved to be rather tricky, as nervousness and frustration from the reactions of her class peers and jingling of her bells interrupting class respectively were emotions Ako went through most of the time. Lottie and Susie made sure to stick by Ako at the request of Ursula, who wanted to make sure she always had someone around to converse with to take her mind off the outfit. Whilst the stares from other students never fully went away, having her friends around to help to distract Ako from always feeling uncomfortable passing by the hallway one day to go outside for first break, Ako, Lottie and Susie were discussing the results of their chemistry class when coming up towards them were Anna and Barbara, who pretended not to look at Ako in company. Give them no eye contact, Lottie whispered. The quicker we pass by them, the better. No doubt they'll just give you hell the moment you do, so maybe look at the ground or something, Susie suggested. Okay, Ako replied with a faint smile. I know better now than to give them any attention. I'm not gonna make the same mistake again, as before. They didn't notice, however, from looking away from at the two, that Hannah and Barbara were getting their wands out and pointing them towards their noses. With them both casting out a magical chant at the same time, a puff of smoke appeared in front of their faces and faded away to reveal big red rubber clown noses. They looked towards Ako and smiled. Hey there, Hannah called out with a fake smile. How it's going, Jess? Barbara asked, as she and Hannah both squeezed their noses to make them honk. Ako immediately looked at them. Their plan to get her to notice them had worked. What happened to you two? She asked, not realizing yet their true intentions with this. Did you get stung multiple times? Not at all, Barbara smiled. We just want to fit in with the crowd, the girls both said, followed up by them both laughing. Hey, knock it off you two, Lottie said angrily, already forgetting to ignore them. Come on, Ako, tell us a joke, Hannah teased. Surely by now, you've thought of some up. Susie said to herself, as Ako then picked up on the purpose of this. She lowered her eyebrows and clenched her teeth. trying to hold back from shouting at them. "We'll be on our way," she said, starting to walk off. "Oh, why not stick around?" Hannah called out to Akko. "We could come up with some great jokes together, maybe even put on an act for the school." "Come on, considerate," Barbara called back. "We understand you fully now. Let's go," Susie said to Lottie, as she walked away from the girls also, with Lottie eventually doing the same, looking back at them annoyingly. Proud of themselves, they turned their noses back to normal and walked off in the opposite direction, laughing, and headed towards their room to discuss a plan they had in mind. "You did well, Akko," Lottie said, feeling ashamed of herself. "Better than how I handled it. It's all right. They almost got under my skin, worse than they did for you," she replied, eventually calming herself down. "I just got to ignore them, She walked on ahead, feeling a little down. Once again the clown remark had gotten to her, and this time she didn't want to openly admit it for the sake of her friends. The following morning before sunrise, Hannah and Barbara were sneaking through the corridors quietly. They'd used an invisibility spell to keep out of sight and were carrying 2 sets of wood, each with small holes planted around them. Hannah's set was made up of 2 rectangular-shaped planks nailed in the middle together, one bigger than the other, whilst Barbara's were 2 separate single planks. Arriving outside the door of Akko, Lottie and Susie's room, Hannah peeped through the keyhole to see if they were all still asleep, to which they were. Giving Barbara a head nod to confirm it, she quietly opened the door slowly enough to not be heard and took out her wand. "This should keep them quiet for a while," she whispered with a grin, as she and Barbara cast out the words "Torururura," sleeping spell. They aimed towards the 3 sleeping girls. Bubbly clouds appeared over their heads, resulting in them falling into a deeper sleep than normal at this hour. Akko was soaring the loudest of the 3, a clear sign that the spell was a success. "Nice going," Barbara commented, as she walked into the room alongside Hannah. "Think the potion we drank will make it last long, though? We haven't exactly mastered the spell yet. It should be long enough to prepare our actor for the show." "So let's get to it." Hannah and Barbara both stared at the sleeping Akko with cheeky grins, as Barbara took out a ball of string and scissors. "A good jester should always entertain its audience," she chuckled, as the girls set to work. Hannah took Akko out of her bed and held her up against the wall, whilst Barbara measured out and cut several lines of string using an object control spell. Girls tied the strings through the open holes of their planks of wood and tied the other ends to various areas of Akko's body. The strings from Hannah's wooden planks attached to her arms from above her elbows and her wrists, around her waist for the back, slightly above the knees and around her feet, and finally one string through her hat, which Hannah threaded through. Barbara's meanwhile tied onto each of Akko's individual fingers. To cap it off, they pulled her eyes open and placed clear sellotape on her face to keep them open. "Our marionette is ready," Barbara said with excitement. "Better get in a quick test run before we take her outside," Hannah suggested, as she used her wand to manipulate the strings on her controllers that operated Akko's arms, which were dangling up to the lower level of her head. The string for her right wrist moved up and down to make Akko wave at the girls. Hannah then focused on her second controller, used for control of her legs alongside the first one, making her do a skipping motion on the spot whilst her arms moved around. Barbara then moved her controllers to make Akko's fingers move all around, which took quite a lot of focus. The girls then slowly make Akko sit down on the floor and cease their object control spell. Akko continued to snore away. I'd say we make a good team with this, Barbara said proudly. As I expected, Hannah responded with confidence. Assist me with carrying her out of here. Both taking hold of Echo from the front and back, they took her out and went down the one flight of stairs to drop her in the hallway. Hiding behind a corner, the effects of their invisibility spell wore off, as expected, knowing that they had still yet to master that one as well. It mattered not though, as they would use it again when it would be nearer the time that other students would be waking up. If they were going to embarrass Echo, they wanted to be sure she would have an audience watching her. So what do you want to do in the meantime? Barbara asked upon realizing that they didn't think about having to wait. I don't know. After half an hour of sitting there with nothing to do, they could wait no more, as they drank a second invisibility potion each and cast the appropriate spell to stay hidden from sight. Let's do this, they said together with a smirk, as they cast the object transformation spell on their controllers. Raising Echo up from the floor, they made her dance around the corridor with various leg bends, kicks and lots of floppy arm movements. The bells on her outfit jingled constantly and loudly enough to start gaining the attention of other girls opening their dorm room doors. They stood there watching her move around, stupefied and confused on an equal level. What's she doing? Practicing for a talent show, asked one light brown hair student still in her pajamas. No way that Echo would be doing this on her own, replied the other from the room next door. She's lucky enough to pull off any spell without it going wrong. Could you keep it down? Echo called a student from a few doors along, not having yet looked at what was going on, as she rubbed her eyes. Some of us may or may not have been up later than we should last night, and the girl went speechless as soon as she watched Echo dance around, unaware that she was still asleep due to seeing her from the back. I don't think she's blinked once, said the brown-haired girl. Got to hand it to her, that's pretty good, if she's trying to pull off acting like a puppet. Hannah and Barbara, still remaining out of sight, then made Echo turn to face the girl and walk up to her in a jerky motion. Using the control for her right hand, Hannah and Barbara worked together to make Echo's arm reach out and her fingers to grab hold of the girl, pulling her out of her room towards Echo and controlling her left arm. They made the Echo hold onto the girl, as the strings made her dance, now with the student being pulled around as it happened. Hannah and Barbara, without really thinking about it, were pulling off some surprisingly impressive puppetry, especially being done with a real person. They continued to make Echo look like the fool they saw her as, with more students coming to see what was happening. It wouldn't take long until a familiar face began to approach the scene, as Diana, still in her dressing gown, had heard about a racket going on and came to investigate. She stopped in her tracks and stared blankly at Echo at the sight she was witnessing. Just what? Girls tied the strings through the open holes of their planks of wood and tied the other ends to various areas of Echo's body. The strings from Hannah's wooden planks attached to her arms from above her elbows and her wrists, around her waist for the back, slightly above the knees and around her feet, and finally one string through her hat, which Hannah threaded through. Barbara's meanwhile tied onto each of Echo's individual fingers. To cap it off, they pulled her eyes open and placed clear sellotape on her face to keep them open. Our marionette is ready, Barbara said with excitement. Better get in a quick test run before we take her outside, Hannah suggested, as she used her wands to manipulate the strings on her controllers that operated Echo's arms, which were dangling up to the lower level of her head. The string for her right wrist moved up and down to make Echo wave at the girls. Hannah then focused on her second controller used for control of her legs alongside the first one, making her do a skipping motion on the spot whilst her arms moved around. Barbara then moved her controllers to make Akko's fingers move all around, which took quite a lot of focus. The girls then slowly make Akko sit down on the floor and cease their object control spell. Akko continued to snore away. "I'd say we make a good team with this," Barbara said proudly. "As I expected," Hannah responded with confidence. "Assist me with carrying her out of here." Both taking hold of Akko from the front and back, they took her out and went down the one flight of stairs to drop her in the hallway. Hiding behind a corner, the effects of their invisibility spell wore off, as expected, knowing that they had still yet to master that one as well. It mattered not though, as they would use it again when it would be nearer the time that other students would be waking up. If they were going to embarrass Akko, they wanted to be sure she would have an audience watching her. "So what do you want to do in the meantime?" Barbara asked upon realizing that they didn't think about having to wait. "I don't know." After half an hour of sitting there with nothing to do, they could wait no more, as they drank a second invisibility potion each and cast the appropriate spell to stay hidden from sight. "Let's do this," they said together with a smirk, as they cast the object transformation spell on their controllers. Raising Akko up from the floor, they made her dance around the corridor with various leg bends, kicks and lots of floppy arm movements. The bells on her outfit jingled constantly and loudly enough to start gaining the attention of other girls opening their dorm room doors. They stood there watching her move around, stupefied and confused on an equal level. "What's she doing?" "Practicing for a talent show," asked one light brown hair student still in her pajamas. "No way that Akko would be doing this on her own," replied the other from the room next door. "She's lucky enough to pull off any spell without it going wrong." "Could you keep it down?" Akko called a student from a few doors along, not having yet looked at what was going on, as she rubbed her eyes. "Some of us may or may not have been up later than we should last night," and the girl went speechless as soon as she watched Akko dance around, unaware that she was still asleep due to seeing her from the back. "I don't think she's blinked once," said the brown-haired girl. "Got to hand it to her, that's pretty good, if she's trying to pull off acting like a puppet." Hannah and Barbara, still remaining out of sight, then made Akko turn to face the girl and walk up to her in a jerky motion. Using the control for her right hand, Hannah and Barbara worked together to make Akko's arm reach out and her fingers to grab hold of the girl, pulling her out of her room towards Akko and controlling her left arm. They made Akko hold onto the girl, as the strings made her dance, with the student being pulled around as it happened. Hannah and Barbara, without really thinking about it, were pulling off some surprisingly impressive puppetry, especially being done with a real person. They continued to make Akko look like the fool they saw her as. With more students coming to see what was happening, it wouldn't take long until a familiar face began to approach the scene, as Diana, still in her dressing gown, had heard about a racket going on and came to investigate. She stopped in her tracks and stared blankly at Akko at the sight she was witnessing. "Just what in the world?" "Oh no," Barbara gasped as quietly as possible, "Diana's here. If she finds out we're behind this, then she'll give us one of those harsh stares again." "Why worry?" Hannah asked. "She doesn't even like Akko anyway, so don't threat." "I'm not sure." Barbara's doubts began to affect her focus, as the finger controls moved forward, pulling Akko towards Diana. "What are you doing?" Hannah cried, almost making her volume too loud. "I'm sorry, it was too late. as Akko collided into Diana, now with Hannah starting to fluster and lose her focus too. The strings made Akko wrap her arms around Diana and pull her back along with her, causing an extremely awkward moment for the school's most inspirational student. To make matters worse, the sleeping spell had run its course on Akko, as the feeling of having her eyes forced open was the first thing she noticed before her vision became clear. Noticing the web of strings surrounding her and in a cuddling position, Akko yelled out loud in horror, as did Diana on impulse. "What is going on?" Akko cried loud enough for the sellotape to come off. "You tell me first," Diana replied angrily, as Hannah and Barbara lost more control over Akko. The strings made her do a messy-looking dance with Diana still in her grasp, with Diana trying not to fall over, making her legs wobble around. That ended up looking like a dance. The finger strings made Akko push Diana on the spot, making her spin around on tiptoe and raising the levels of embarrassment. It was followed up by a messy-looking and unintentional Russian squat-looking dance, as Akko's legs kicked the spinning Diana away and made her crash onto a nearby wall not far away from where Hannah and Barbara were. Frozen with shock, they decided enough was enough after nearly screaming with fright from their idol getting messed around from their mistakes. With the invisibility spell on the verge of losing effect, they ran off as quickly as possible, causing the object control spell to stop at last. The marionette controls fell from the air and landed right on Akko's head, causing the girl to collapse to the floor feeling bruised and dizzy. By now the other students had already made themselves scarce, wanting to avoid the possible outrage from Diana. Akko sat herself up, rubbed her head, wondering why on earth she was a puppet, but Diana coming up to her halted that question. "Do you think this is all a game?" Diana asked, as her voice gradually got angrier. Akko moved back a little in fear, as Diana's face gradually reflected her tone of voice. "I'm starting to think that costume of yours seems quite fitting, because you are being a complete and utter fool, Diana. I don't know what's going on," I say, but Diana boomed. "My back hurts. I was close to hurling and you made me look as foolish as you. It's enough that you cause enough trouble, as it is, but doing so at this time in the morning is unacceptable. Listen to me, Diana," Akko begged. "This isn't what you think it is. I will not fall for a jester's tricks. Get yourself back into your room." Diana's anger was at the forefront, ignoring any sense of glee from the confused Akko, as she walked away. Akko watched her leave in silence, frustrated that she didn't get a chance to explain herself, even if she had no real answer to this. She examined the strings on herself and grew cross herself, getting up from the floor and stomping back to her dorm. "Whoever's behind this, I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind." Akko was so mad that she didn't even notice at this point that she didn't untie her strings, as they and the controls dragged across the floors and stairs. Akko called Lottie, who along with Susie arrived at the scene, once Akko arrived back at the floor to the room. "There you are. What's going on?" "Someone messing with me, that's who. And I've got a pretty good idea who did it. It's pretty obvious who it is," Susie said, as Akko returned to her room to get the strings off, as the others followed to assist her. Hannah and Barbara meanwhile kept themselves hidden from anyone nearby and panicked on what to do now. Whilst they had succeeded in making Akko look silly, it was possible that it could have some big consequences that may make them regret going along with this plan. If their second attempt to make Akko look bad was going to work, they had to change their tactics.
Jim Ryu. He has 8K watchers, 4.5M page views, and 487 deviantation.